Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lancaster County Planning Commission of June 11th, 2025. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room. A copy of the full agenda, including the staff reports, are available online or at the Planning Department, room 213. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, commissioners and the staff, cell phones may not be used in the chamber during any portion of today's meeting, and we appreciate your cooperation. The Planning Commission action today is final on the following items. Items 1.3, Special Permit 552D. Item 1.4, Special Permit 8046A. Item 1.5, Special Permit 25014. Item 4.3, which is Special Permit 1123D, and Item 4.4, Special Permit 1423M. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission action on all other items on today's agenda is a recommendation to the City Council or the County Board. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting that was held on May 14th, 2025.
So moved, Campbell.
Second, Joy.
Campbell,
Yes.
Ebert,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
We will now proceed with today's agenda. The next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there is a request from someone who wishes to speak or at the request of a commission member. I will now ask Clara to read all the consent agenda items into the record. Once those items are read, she will ask if there's anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand and state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Clara, will you please call the items on the consent agenda?
1.1 Comprehensive Plan Conformance 25003 to review as to conformance with the 2050 Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, an amendment to the Capital Improvement Program to add the police property storage remodel at 635 J Street project. Item 1.2 Comprehensive Plan Conformance 25004 to review as to conformance with the 2050 Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, an amendment to the South Folsom redevelopment plan for continued development as part of the Foxtail Meadows redevelopment project, and updates to Phase 1 and the addition of Phases 2 and 3 on property generally located at Folsom Street and Pioneers Boulevard. Text Amendment 25008, amending the Lincoln Municipal Code Title 26, Chapter 26.35.020 to include a one-time 6-month extension for a final plat authorized by the Planning Director under certain conditions. Text Amendment 25007, amending the Lancaster County Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 3, Section 3.12 to include a one-time 6-month extension for a final plat authorized by the Planning Director when under certain conditions, and amending the Lancaster County Zoning Regulations, Article 2 to add a definition for average lot width and to amend Article 15 for home occupations to exclude certain uses. Special Permit 552D to amend an existing Special Permit 552C for a residential healthcare facility to allow a parking lot associated with the facility on property generally located at 200 Bruce Drive. Special Permit 08046A to amend the existing Special Permit to allow for the expansion of a non-standard structure for an addition to an existing home with a waiver to reduce the side yard setback to 2 feet on property generally located at 1601 Cheyenne Street. Special Permit 25014 for a community unit plan, CUP, for single-family lots with shared private driveway on property legally described as lots 1 to 2, 5300 addition, Lincoln, Lancaster, Nebraska, generally located at 5300 Everett Street. And Special Permit 25017 to allow for an early childhood care facility for up to 80 children with associated waivers on property generally located at 2735 North 50th Street. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting these sites to be disclosed?
No.
If there is anyone here wishing to speak on these consent agenda items, please stand and state that item.
Okay. We do not see anyone here that would like to speak on the consent agenda items, so we would now entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda. Colin?
Second, Joy?
Campbell,
Yes.
Ebert,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost,
Yes, also Cruz.
and Cruz. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Okay, we have no request for deferral today, so we will now proceed to public hearings. Prior to staff making a brief presentation, each staff person should state their name, agency, and address. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and then the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. If during your testimony you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission members or included as part of the record, please provide them to the clerk. Each person testifying should state their name and their address and shall have 5 minutes to speak unless additional time is requested and granted. The clerk will use the light system to aid your testimony and that will help with the timing. The lights will appear on the monitors provided. The clerk will indicate when you have 1 minute remaining to wrap up your testimony. The red light indicates that your 5 minutes has expired, and once the final minute has lapsed, the clerk will indicate your time is up. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the Commission votes to defer action or to continue the public hearing. Clara, please call the first public hearing item.
Text Amendment 25006 to amend the Lincoln Municipal Code, Section 27.02 definitions, Section 27.06 use groups, Section 27.62 conditional uses, and Section 27.63 special permits to define and include battery energy storage systems as a land use with specific conditions.
Good afternoon, George Wesselhoff, Planning Commission, or Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. So this is a request to amend the Lincoln Municipal Code Utilities Use Group to add a new use type, a battery energy storage system. The applicant's proposal would be to add this as a public entity or private entity subject to specific conditions. The applicant's proposal would be to add as conditional in the AG, P Public, I Industrial, or H zoning districts. The conditions would include that the system would have to be in part or whole within 1/2 mile of a substation, not over 25 acres in size, and have a decommissioning and emergency response plan. There is also a condition proposal for a maximum height of 20 feet. The applicant's proposal does include a definition for the battery energy storage system, or BESS, which you will find also in the alternate text proposal as well. The reason for that is because, and the applicant can speak more to the electrical industry side of it, but it's a threshold definition. It's also found in model ordinances, so we felt okay with using it as proposed by the applicant. I would mention that public utilities like LES are exempt from zoning. A public utility would not have to follow the conditions proposed, as they would pertain to a private utility or entity only. Battery energy storage systems are a recent land use type that have come about as part of changes in the electrical energy system. They will often take the shape of a shipping container or small storage building. And I do have a picture here. The applicant will have a presentation with additional examples, I believe, but this is from the American Planning Association zoning practice front cover from last year. The structures, as I mentioned, can appear as storage containers. 20, 40 feet is a typical dimension length, but they could potentially be numerous in the dozens and on multiple acres of property. If The BESS were proposed today under the Lincoln zoning regulations, it would fall under all other uses for the utilities use group. So it would be allowed, but it would be allowed only in the I-1, I-2, and I-3 zoning districts under all other uses under utilities use group. The applicant's proposed text amendment needs revisions for the following reasons. The best use in the AG district should not be conditional. While it is true that there may be an electric substation in or near the AG zoning district, BESS as a separate or larger scale project is a relatively new land use. Whether or not there's a nearby substation, landowners in the AG zoning would not likely have an expectation for this type of use. They might expect a fenced-in area around the substation, perhaps some buildings, maybe some rock or gravel, but not potentially multiple acres with dozens upon dozens of these structures, potentially. So the special permit would allow a public hearing for neighborhood input as far as the AG district. The P zoning district is the public zoning district, which is intended for mapping purposes and identifies property owned and used by governmental entities. This would include LPS, Lincoln Electric System, City of Lincoln, and would not include or pertain to private entities. So it's not appropriate to include the P district in the proposal. The condition for the decommissioning plan is unnecessary, as this is not a requirement in the zoning ordinance for most uses. The structures associated with the BESS would have to meet the height and lot requirements for the zoning district. There does not appear to be any problem in their construction that would require extraordinary expense or salvage. The few uses that have a decommissioning plan, such as a wind turbine, those might involve different challenges. They also make reference to applicable codes, building, electric, health codes. Those would all apply regardless. So it's unnecessary to include those in the proposed regulations. Also as unnecessary is to include a reference to a substation proximity or an acreage limitation. Other related uses, even solar or wind, do not have such requirements. Finally, in their proposal, the condition for the height limit is unnecessary, as these structures would be regulated by the specific district. If it were an AG agricultural district, it'd be a 35-foot height limit. There is a condition related to emergency response plan, which, subject to the specific language in the alternate text, is appropriate. Lincoln Fire and Rescue did review the proposal, and they would support the alternative text amendment for this required condition. So the alternate text amendment, which was reviewed by multiple departments, including planning, building and safety, health, Lincoln Fire and Rescue, would allow BESS as a special permit in the AG zoning district and as a conditional use in the H3, H4, and I1 through I3 zoning districts. The rationale for allowing the BESS as conditional in the H and I districts is based on the form and land use effects, which would be no more intense than commercial uses generally found in those districts. So there are conditions with the alternative proposal, including that the use be in association with transmission, substations, and/or solar or wind energy systems. Each battery energy storage system must have an emergency action plan. Also, a safety data sheet information is provided to the health department for their approval. The special permit conditions for the alternate text would include these above conditions, but would also allow the Planning Commission to potentially adjust setback and height requirements or add additional screening. With that, I can answer any questions you may have.
Before we do that, can I ask the board if there are any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. All right, questions? Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
I just want to commend you for pulling all of those different areas of the city offices together to bring this forward because obviously it's something that's going to be moving much further than it is presently today.
Yes. And I did forget to mention, while the BES is allowed under the current regulations as all other uses and utilities use group, under the Lancaster County zoning regulations, it's not allowed at all. So it would be appropriate after this would be approved for a future amendment to the Lancaster County zoning regulations.
All right, additional questions for George at this time? All right.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, thank you. All right, at this time, we will have testimony from the applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. David Levy, Baird Home Law Firm, 625 South 14th Street. Justin,
Hello, Justin Adams with Eolian Energy, 988 Howard Avenue, Burlingame, California.
and just a couple of things just at the beginning. First, it may not have sounded like it from the staff report, but I want to thank the Planning Department for working collaboratively with us. We ultimately have a couple of different proposals, as you heard, but I don't think they're entirely incompatible. I think really the big thing that it comes down to is in the ag district, whether it's a special permit use or a conditional use, and we'll talk about that some more. Because this is fairly new, we have a presentation with some background that we would like to give first before we get into the zoning discussion. Madam Chair, that might take us a few extra minutes. Could we request 10 to 12 minutes total, and we'll try and not use it all?
Yeah, let's try and stick to 10 and
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Thank you again for letting us join you today and present some information to you all.
Pull it up.
I don't know where. Sorry about that.
I'll let you. Perfect. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, so I'll give you a little background on our company. Eolian Energy is a energy company that operates nationwide. We work in all renewables. The map I'm sharing with you here focuses on battery energy storage. We have many developments in process throughout the country and 4 operating battery energy storage. These are all standalone battery energy storage facilities. We are backed by one of the largest infrastructure funds in the world, and are in good standing for operating and deploying these. So I'm going to highlight 4 systems that we have had in operation for 4 or 5 years, 2 of which are in Texas, 3 of which are in Texas, and a 4th in California. These vary in size. As was mentioned earlier, they are a gravel yard with various containers. There's no above ground wires. Everything is interconnected below ground. Pretty low profile. Nothing's typically above 10 feet. And we've had these operating quite successfully for 4 or 5 years, as I stated, without incident. They've been very successful, especially in Texas, in dealing with heat waves and many stresses to their grid system, and have helped them weather through, all these things, like I said, without, major incidences like we've witnessed in years past. They vary in size. The example I'm providing in this slide, which could power 35,000 homes, is a 250 megawatt system. But they do vary in size. Essentially what batteries do for the grid is they take power when it's in excess, and then they store it, and then they deliver it when there's a greater need for it. They are infrastructure for the grid, which help to stabilize the grid, help it operate more efficiently and effectively. They could potentially allow for less to be built because there's quite a bit of energy on the system already, And what we do is optimize that energy and deliver it to people when they need it for their homes. Usually energy is used in fits and spurts throughout the day. You know, everybody comes home from work and turns on their air conditioner and their stove and you know, their various electrical devices, and there's a spike in the system, and that's when you would typically see a battery jump in and keep that grid working. 4 hours is the industry standard for many battery storage units. It says 4 hours, but that doesn't necessarily mean it would operate for 4 hours. Batteries are very versatile in that they can inject power for 10 minutes. They can inject power for 4 hours. They can do it in seconds. I talked about arbitrage, which is where you buy low or you take the power when it's in oversupply and deliver it when it's in undersupply. But there are various other applications that it can be used for to help the grid you know, stabilize throughout the day. They're modular. They are containerized, so we have a lot of flexibility in how we arrange them throughout the yard. They can be buffered. They're low profile. It's common for fences and landscaping to be a part of our installations to help soften any sort of visual effects they may have. A very important point is that we require no municipal services. We would connect to a water supply if there were water. There's no traffic associated with it. It'd be a very...
Sorry, can I just...
Sure.
You would connect to water if there's water, but it doesn't need water?
It doesn't need water by regulation to be installed. But there are you know, conversations that can be had in the future about that. The safety of these systems, you know, you hear a lot on the in the news or in the internet. There have actually only been 20 incidences over the past 10 years, despite a very exponential growth in the deployment of battery storage systems. They're held to a very high standard of certification and testing process before they're put out into the working environment. UL 9540A is the ultimate standard that we must comply with, which is actual testing where they burn the batteries themselves and test them for containing those fires to a single cell so that they do not propagate past that one single cell. Any battery that's installed today and in the future will have that same standard that they have to pass in order to be installed. Fire code, NFPA 855 specifically, is the fire code standard that the industry is held to. This involves the design, the installation, the communication with the local fire service and emergency services, and also make sure that it is installed in such a way that it would be protected from the grid, so it wouldn't negatively impact the grid in any way. All investigations for any of these incidences that you may have read about or heard about in the news have shown that there's been no risk to public health, neighboring properties, or the surrounding community as a result of any of these fires or incidences that have occurred. The value of these systems, frankly, there aren't a lot of jobs that are created. The example I'm providing here is a 200 megawatt system. And this is a socioeconomic study that we performed for this particular one in Washington County, which we are developing. There's a lot of numbers here. You know, 4 local jobs, there's temporary construction jobs. The gist of what I think the value is here is that there are no municipal services that are really required for the battery storage unit. They're very high value on a relatively small footprint, so the tax revenue is quite large in relative terms. And essentially that's 100% tax revenue because the system doesn't really require anything in return. And again, this example that I provided was about $8.5 million in tax revenue over the 20-year lifespan of a battery storage unit. The proposed text amendment, I can let David explain a little bit about this.
Pick up on that again. Again, I want to thank the planning department for the thoughtful dialogue that we had leading up to being here today. The reason that we put the conditions that we did in our proposal, our idea was essentially that having it be a conditional use but with built-in conditions in the ordinance, things like decommissioning, things like an emergency response plan, those things, we were trying to find a balance between protecting the public health, safety, and welfare, but not having process necessarily that was burdensome or process for process's sake. No offense to the Planning Commission, we like coming here, but you have a lot on your agenda as well, and our idea was that if we could safeguard these and provide conditions in the zoning ordinance that would apply to every project, then having this be a conditional use would be a kind of a nice way to minimize the process burden on the city, on the Planning Commission, on any applicant, not just Eolian, but also, again, make sure that those basic protections for public health, safety, and welfare are in there. We have no objection also to the planning department's proposed additional conditions. So one thought, if you're so inclined, if we get there, would be to essentially combine our conditions or proposed conditions, standard conditions, and theirs. But again, our request is that this be a conditional use in the ag district rather than a special permit use. And just to talk about that a little bit, Madam Chair, I see we're at 10 minutes. Just
yeah, we'll give you a little time because we had to deal with the technology, but and I think the text of the amendment is clearly the crux of the what we're going to be voting on. So go ahead and take some time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Really, just briefly. One of the things we put in our proposal as a standard condition is that this has to be within a half mile of a substation. The point, as Justin described, of these is they work as part of the grid. So you're really not going to build one other than next to a substation, maybe next to a substation that's next to a power plant. If I live or work or own property in the ag district and there's already a big utility scale electrical substation there, I know that there's going to be big electrical infrastructure there. It's already there. Bringing the battery component to it, in our view, is not materially changing the fundamental land use that it's a place like we have all over Lincoln and Lancaster County and every city where we have infrastructure that benefits the public. As you heard about, the battery system in this standalone form really works part and parcel with the grid. And so our thinking is that adding this to a substation, which it always would be, but which our proposal requires, mitigates any sort of surprise of a new land use in an ag district. You buy a house, you see the substation, you know that substation's there. The addition of the battery project doesn't materially change the nature of that substation. Like the substation, the battery is not the most exciting thing to look at, but it's quiet. It's relatively low profile, as Justin said. It can be screened, and it just kind of sits there and does its thing, charges and discharges. So from a land use perspective, it really is no different than the substation, and that's our thinking in having it be a conditional use also in the ag district. But we wanted to also make sure and be careful about that, and that's why we offered those kind of standard conditions of approval, which do restrict our client's ability somewhat, but we felt like it found that balance between, the desires of the participant company, the desires of the landowner they're buying or leasing land from, and the public. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you for the extra time. We're happy to answer any questions either about the presentation or the proposal.
All right. Questions at this time? Go ahead.
The decommissioning was mentioned as not an issue, but what is the life of a battery?
The project would be roughly 20 years. It would be a 20-year lifespan of that. And over that 20-year period, we would be part of an interconnection with the utility. So we would be required to provide whatever the megawatts is that we agreed upon in that interconnection for the life of that project. So we would be maintaining and replacing cells as they degraded within those cabinets. It wouldn't be a full-sale replacement. It would just be maintaining that, I'll say 200 megawatts for that 20 years. So they would stay that same megawattage.
And after 20 years?
It could be decommissioned. It could be repowered, and we would replace with the next generation.
And it's your responsibility to,
It would be our responsibility to.
even after the 20 years?
That's right.
Okay.
We own it. We would own the site, depending on the site. Typically, we would own it, and we would be responsible.
Follow up. The fires in Palisades, the
Moss
electric cars that had been toasted. There was quite a process. It was on TV. The lithium batteries had to be bulldozed over and then put in a salt bath. And I mean, it was rather expensive and extensive. In the few cases that you have had a fire, what is the procedure for making them safe to dispose of?
So the mobile batteries are a bit different because they're in the public. They're out, they're out in the environment, in the world that people live and work and pass by. So that, the cleanup there is, not that we wouldn't clean up if something were to happen in our site. It's a little different. It's a little quicker, like bulldozing things and getting them taken away rapidly so that somebody can't physically walk by on a sidewalk right next to it. This would be separated by a secured fence in a gravel yard, surrounded by gravel on concrete pads. So if an incident were to occur, there would be a procedure to release any excess power that were left in that battery system. And then the site would be cleaned up as any other site would be cleaned up after a battery or after a fire were to occur. They would clean up the debris, clean up the material that were on site. They'd pick it up, send it off-site for proper disposal, and then there would be testing at the site done to verify that there were no released contaminants into the environment.
One other thing on that point also, these batteries are different than the batteries you might find in an electric car. The batteries in an electric car, you want those to be as light as possible, right, so that the car can move around.
Yeah.
And so those are made with nickel. These batteries, they're very heavy, and it doesn't matter because they just sit there. They're made with iron, which is what makes them very heavy. It also makes them less combustible and even less prone to fire, even with all the safeguards that Justin mentioned. So these really, comparing these batteries to a Tesla battery isn't exactly apples and oranges from their combustibility standpoint. This is a safer battery. Also, just one quick point, Justin mentioned interconnecting to the grid. A standalone battery system like this also requires approval by the Nebraska Power Review Board through a public process. So as you're thinking about special permit versus conditional permit, sort of public hearing here or not, I want you to know that there is a public process. It's a little more of a judicial type process. It's not quite the public hearing type process you have here, but nonetheless, there is a public approval process at the Nebraska Power Review Board that would be required for a project like we're talking about today as well. So that's another safeguard that's built in.
And I think you or Steve mentioned that the county were going to have to weigh in on this on behalf of the county as well. Is that in the works?
So that's not something that we are working on. This is different than the battery. You heard we were here together for quite some time, I think in December, about the solar farm that includes a battery system. That's called an associated battery, and that's permitted as part of the solar farm. What we're talking about here is a standalone battery, and so if somebody were to propose a standalone battery in the county's zoning jurisdiction, then yes, I think we would have to do a similar text amendment there on the county side.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
In the case of a fire and the fire department's called, what kind of chemicals do they need to use? I assume they can't use water.
They would use water.
Okay.
In fact, there's no special firefighting techniques that would be used. What would happen is, as is stated in the ordinance, is we would have a fire action plan or emergency response plan, whatever we would call it. There would be a procedure in place where they would set up a communication chain between all parties that are involved. The operator and owner of the site would be involved from the get-go, from the very second the alarm was triggered. And they would meet or work with the fire service once they were on site. Again, if water were to be used, it would only be used as a cooling mechanism for adjacent containers. Water is never applied directly to the fire battery themselves. They don't burn very well. They can smolder and burn kind of hot for a little while. But in general, as David stated, the lithium iron phosphate battery is not a real well-burning thing, and it is tested to be contained to that one container. So you would be cooling the adjacent containers if you do that at all. I mean, the tests show that there's not much heating to the adjacent. They're behind steel walled containers that are independently cooled and operated.
One other sort of anecdotal note on the fire too. So we've worked on a few of these projects now that are associated with wind or solar farms, and we've had multiple conversations with the state fire marshal's office. They've expressed no real concern about these projects or about them being a fire hazard. Their request is simply, we need to know where the gates to the facility are. We need a contact person 24 hours a day, and we need to know how to get in there if we needed to get in there. That's really all they've asked for. They will come and inspect at the end of the construction to ensure that the installation complies with the state fire code. Here in Lincoln and Lancaster County, I think the county does that, or the city does that itself. In more rural places, they rely on the state fire marshal. But so far, those interactions, the state fire marshal has really expressed no concern and just asked to be well informed and to be able to inspect them at the end.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Just so I'm clear on what you're asking, is your only concern with the city's proposed text that differs from yours, the difference between special permit and conditional use in ag, or are there other things in your language that you would still want us to be considering?
No, I think fundamentally you hit the nail on the head. That is the real big difference. Frankly, in trying to get to it being a conditional use, we added more constraints on ourselves than the city is. And that's fine. Those are all things that are workable. If you wanted to, again, take them all and put them all together, we have no objection to that. But fundamentally, yes, the real difference between our proposal, in our view, between the fundamental difference between our proposal and the city's is whether that little box is a C or an S.
And just to clarify, you have no concern with removing the P zoning district from?
No, so I put that in ours because I didn't want to do a disservice to an LES or somebody like that who, for whatever reason, might want to come before the city. I agree. I know that they're exempt from local zoning, but I also know that entities like that sometimes, nonetheless, as sort of a courtesy, will participate in the local zoning process. So I wanted to leave a P in there just to try and not do any harm to them. But, I defer to the planning department on that point.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Yes.
I do have some questions around the disposal. And so you said that your organization would be responsible for disposing and hauling. Would that still remain within Nebraska in a designated area, or would that be elsewhere?
It would likely be elsewhere.
Okay.
Prior to operation, we would have an agreement with the manufacturer on the proper. Typically, these are recycled
Okay.
and reused. But if they are destroyed, they would be disposed, and everything is ultimately controlled by waste regulations, which at the state and federal level would dictate what and how we manage and ultimately displace this material.
Good for now? Okay. All right, I'm sure we will have maybe another question after we've heard some testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we will hear testimony in support of this application. If anyone is here to testify in support of this application, you can come forward now. Is there anyone here who wishes to testify in a neutral position, or anyone here who wishes to testify in opposition to this proposal? Okay, staff questions.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. And George, we'll start with Commissioner Campbell and we'll just work our way across.
George, explain to me the difference now of the proposal that is before us. Is it to only allow a P and we would have to amend it to allow a C?
Yeah, so putting the conditions aside, just as far as the districts in question, the alternative proposal would remove the P district or not include the P district as the applicant is proposing. The alternative proposal would also only include the H3 and H4 district. I believe the applicant's proposal also includes H2, but otherwise it would be the same districts, with the difference being for AG, the alternative proposal is proposing a special permit, whereas the applicant has been, as it has been stated, is proposing a conditional use.
So I'm still not sure of what, so the one before us, is it written as the applicant's request, or is it written as the planning department's recommendation?
So there was a memo that was sent to the Planning Commission to clarify that there are actually two versions that have been prepared, two formal ordinance drafts from the city attorney, the first being the applicant's proposal, the second being the alternative proposal. So there are two proposals in front of you. The recommendation from the Planning Department is for the alternative proposal.
And not allowing the C.
That is one of the differences. Just in summation, it would not allow a conditional use in AG. It would be a special permit. We agree with the definition. The definition for best would be the same in both, or is the same in both versions. The number of conditions that the applicant is proposing is unnecessary in terms of the alternative proposal. There's just a limited number of conditions which are safety related. I might mention that on the safety aspect, the Building and Safety Department did look at this, and they noted that it would be a case-by-case basis for the building and fire codes. So that there wasn't something from that aspect that was contained in the alternative proposal.
Is there objection from the planning department as far as allowing a C designation as conditional rather than permitted?
For the ag district, yes. I think what we're saying is the landowners in the rural areas would expect potentially some level of a gravel area with buildings, but what we're saying is the potential scale of a BESS could be on multiple acres, up to 15, 20 acres, with dozens upon dozens of these structures, which if you didn't know it was electrical associated, it would appear like some small storage development or storage container project. That's not, it's a relatively new land use, not something that the landowners would necessarily expect.
So it would require a hearing then?
Correct. That is what the alternative proposal is including.
Okay.
Do you have additional questions at this point?
No, that's
or
fine.
We'll move on. Okay. All right.
you referred to that article in March, I remember reading that in 2024 because we were looking at big storage facilities. So how does this compare then to how it is in private electrical states? Because obviously we're an anomaly as a public state.
I guess, are you speaking as far as electrical industry, or is it?
Correct. Does the storage units typically go with the substations already? Or is it because batteries are new?
There could be, from the zoning aspect, as I mentioned, LES would be exempt, but a public power could have a BESS. As the applicant mentioned, there could be a solar project that has an incidental BESS. So you may find this land use associated with a public facility, or with not as a standalone, but as an incidental. But it's a new land use that's happening all across the country, and jurisdictions are amending their ordinances to come up to date.
So from a land use standpoint, there's going to be, you could put this battery storage next to any substation within a half mile, according to what we're reading, correct? Like, it doesn't have to be associated with any other project.
To be clear, the applicant's proposal has a qualifier as far as proximity to a substation. The alternative proposal doesn't have that. We're not, the alternative proposal doesn't see that as necessary. I mean, yes, it's true, it may gravitate towards a substation area, but it could be, it doesn't have to be under the alternative proposal.
Okay. Okay. I'll think a little bit more, okay?
Just so I'm clear, the conditions that would be added to like a special permit use in the ag district aren't necessarily the same conditions that the applicant had included to try and get everyone a little more comfortable with that being a conditional use. Like, you're looking at the ability to do some increased setbacks, increased screening or different screening, and then the public process, not necessarily decommissioning height requirement, correct?
Right. The applicant's proposal had conditions that were viewed as unnecessary. The alternative proposal has conditions that are primarily health and safety. There's the emergency action plan that LFR reviewed. There'd be the safety data sheet information for the battery chiller system for the health department. So that would be with a conditional use. Then if it would be a special permitted use in AG, the alternative text would also include, in addition to that, as you mentioned, the potential for the Planning Commission to place additional conditions for setbacks or landscaping. And there's actually an additional statement that I did bring to the attention of the applicant, that the Planning Commission may impose other such conditions as are appropriate and necessary to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the public.
So, to be clear, if we wanted to adopt the alternative proposal, would we have to deny this and then look at the alternative proposal separately and vote on that?
I think, and I might let the law department
Here we come.
weigh in on that.
Tim C., Assistant City Attorney. I don't think there's not a denial process here today. The board is making a recommendation as part of a legislative process where this change in the zoning text would ultimately be decided by the city council. So I think the recommendation of the Planning Commission could be on a simple motion to, we recommend that the council adopt the alternative proposal. It could be that they adopt the proposal submitted by the applicant. It could be that the planning department work to combine the two and create a conditional permit with all of the conditions that have been proposed. And that could be, so because we don't have a motion on the table yet, I think you have a lot of leeway as to what that could or couldn't be.
Get that, Dick?
So when it comes to actually the motion, the text amendment 25006 does not deal with either way as it stands presently, correct?
I'm not sure I follow your question, Commissioner.
Well, the question is, do we need to say then, planning department, go back to work and come up with one consolidated with the verbiage from both proposals?
Yeah, I understand your question better now. I think you have a number of options. I think you could do that. I think you could say, we want to defer action on this, and we're asking the planning department to come back with a combined proposal that uses what planning commission has come up with, or what planning department has come up with, and what the applicant has come up with. Equally, this planning commission could make a motion to recommend the proposal that's been submitted by the applicant wholesale. We recommend that you move forward with the and pass the proposal submitted by the applicant. Same way, the planning commission could have a motion that says we adopt the alternative proposal submitted by the planning department. So all I'm saying is there's not a deny or approve process here. This is a recommendation of legislation to the city council.
And basically, the difference is that would be in the ag district being a C or a P. The rest of the conditions are being proposed by the applicant, which might not necessarily be needed according to the planning department.
Right, the planning departments and the alternative proposals do not have a number of the conditions that are found in the applicants. So there is the biggest distinction between the two are those conditions, what's present in the alternative versus what's in the applicant, and the fact that for the applicant's proposal, everything is a conditional use, and for the alternative proposal, the ag zoned areas are a special permitted use, and all the other areas are conditional, which means they're approved administratively.
Okay.
While you're still here, I think we have another question.
Sure.
The procedural question, just a reminder, can the planning department push a conditional use into a special permit use?
If it's stated as conditional in the regulations, no.
No.
Okay, that was my question, thank you.
All right, additional questions for staff? And we have, hold on. Additional comments from staff.
Here we go.
Steve Hendrickson with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. I think an example on a map here that I found might just help provide the explanation as to why staff is recommending a special permit versus a conditional use. Because one of the comments that was made was that, well, if you live next to within a half mile of a substation, you would have the anticipation that additional infrastructure would be built near you. And so let's, since we have it up here, if you can see it on the viewer, this is 112th Street here, and we have Holdridge. So up here on Adams is an LES substation. And so while the text amendment is an AG zoning, we need to recall that if I came forward with a battery energy storage facility on this property here, it's within a half a mile of the LES substation. But the residents of this acreage subdivision, which is in the AGR zoning next to the AG zoning, our thought is that based on when we have seen solar projects come forward in both the county and the city zoning, often other conditions and additional setbacks have been provided because there are persons who are living in the acreage lots next to this facility that did not anticipate that a 25-acre facility, we agree, it's not about traffic, probably it's not about noise, but that's something you'd want to check case by case, that if it came forward on this particular parcel, we think it's better to have that public hearing through the special permit process because it's an AG zoning area. It's an area you're anticipating agricultural uses. You're not anticipating a facility that would look like a the facility that is proposed. So that's just an example, I think, of the mechanics of the difference of if it's a conditional use, you come in for your building permit, you meet all the conditions, then you go ahead and get your building permit. If it's a special permitted use, you'd have to get a special permit and go through the public process. There'd be notification of people within the area.
All right, do people have questions for Mr. Henriksen about that clarification? Okay, thank you. All right, additional questions for Mr. Wesselhoff? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, applicant rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, David Levy, Baird-Holm Law Firm, 625 South 14th Street. I think the only thing I would add at this point is that if it is the Commission's desire to go forward with the alternative proposal, at that point I would agree with the city that our additional safeguard standard conditions are unnecessary, because under their proposal it's going to come before you at a public hearing as a special permit or a request for a special permit, and in that process you can add lots of conditions, right? And so having our particular, the reason we propose to kind of hem this in the ordinance is because it would not have that additional public process. We would of course always work with the planning department. If they said, hey, we'd like you to plant some trees over here, of course we would do that. But if it goes forward as a special permit use, if that's your recommendation, then there's no real need to build our conditions into the ordinance. You could go forward with the alternative proposal. We still believe that the proposal that makes it a conditional use in the ag district with those built-in constraints is a proposal that finds that balance between process and public process and neighbor protection and protection for the industry and the tax base. But if you go the other direction, my request is that you just take what the planning department has offered, because then I agree with them. Our additional narrowing conditions really are not necessary. That would all come up right here in the special permit process. Anything you want to add?
And I just want to reiterate that we are a very regulated technology. All of the standards that we must adhere to and construct to are based in safety and performance. We are also connected to the utility grid. And the utility grid has a very high standard for how we operate and how we safely can deliver power to the grid. So there are a lot of checks that get us to placing these on a pad and plugging them in. They're not, they're very high technology that has a lot of safety to them.
Additional questions?
I guess my only question would be, if it was a special permit requirement for ag, does that make it prohibitive to put one of these in an ag zoned area?
No, I can't say that it does. It's just, again, we were trying to find a balance there between process and safeguards, but if it's a special permit, we'll certainly go through that process and see where that takes us, as always.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Joy?
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Ebert,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
And I would move that we approve the planning department's alternative proposal, which would require a special permit on ag land, and it would allow a conditional permit on all the other zones.
Second, Joy?
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so now we can discuss. Who would like to start? Go ahead.
The reason I'm leading that way is because I believe that in the ag areas, there's a potential for people that want to get out there, they want to live out in this wide open space, and there is the potential of needing to add some conditions that would happen case by case as these would come forward in an ag use as to how they might have to be mitigated against adjoining properties and so on. So I'd rather have the flexibility to add conditions as we would move forward with anything that's in an ag district, so that we have the ability to protect other properties that may be out in the ag district as needed.
I agree, and would just add that I appreciate that the applicant attempted to add conditions to make everyone a little more comfortable with the ag being a conditional use. I just don't think the applicant's conditions necessarily lined up with the planning department's concerns with having it be a conditional use in the ag district. I don't like adding red tape or more processes to getting one of these built necessarily, but I'm just not sure the conditions proposed by the applicant necessarily met the concerns of the planning department for that use.
Additional discussion? Go ahead.
I am going to support our motion. I do think, though, that conditional is something we can look at after we've seen a few of these and see people's response, because in the communities where we do talk about what's going to get built next to them, because it's been wide open space for years and years and years, it's a big shock to the people that are living there. From an ag standpoint, it is nice to have the flexibility to multi-diversify and use that land in different ways than traditional farming, and is what we're seeing out there. So I think it's real important that in the future, as we watch these get built, that we again explore that conditional use to cut that additional requirements that potentially won't be needed if we see that as a commission or as a city council or a Lancaster County board.
Yes.
My only concern, Christie, is the fact that if we adopt it as a conditional use, we do not have the opportunity then to add additional screening or things like that. I think that having it as a special permitted use gives us that opportunity as situations arise.
Well, and I think it does. Approving it gives it to us now, and what I was understanding is that what Christy was saying is that maybe in 2 years we may reevaluate
Right.
and decide, oh, here are the things that should be put in as part of the conditions
Right.
for conditional approval, now that we've had some experience with this.
Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's super important to be able to hear the public.
Yes.
So we definitely want to keep that ability until we really, as we move forward with newer thought processes.
Yep.
We're a little bit more conservative in our state.
Yeah.
Well, and I think the example that Mr. Hendrickson gave us of a potential problem warrants a special permit rather than the condition at this point. So I'll be in favor of the motion.
Is there additional discussion on the motion? Okay. Will you call the vote, please?
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Ebert,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. The next item on the agenda is the change of zone and associated item, change of zone 25011 from O2 Suburban Office District to O3 Office Park District, generally located at South 39th Street and Normal Boulevard. And use permit 55A, amending use permit 55 with associated waivers on property generally located at 2221 and 2231 South 39th Street. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these applications?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Good afternoon, Aiden Johnson, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. This proposal is for a change of zone from an O2 to an O3 and is an amendment to use permit number 55, located at South 39th and Norman Boulevard. The request covers approximately 0.32 acres and involves 3 parcels, Lot 1, Lot 2, and Outlot A, within the Woodsboro half acres 5th edition. The zoning change would allow 3 properties to transition from O2 to O3 office district, which is more flexible and better suited to the site's configuration and intended uses. Alongside the zone change, the applicant proposes an amendment to the existing use permit 55 to include these parcels within its boundaries. No change to existing permitted uses are proposed, just an expansion of the area covered. The site has a layered history. Originally, the 2 lots and adjacent outlot were under single ownership. A relocated bungalow home was placed on one of the lots, Lot 1, and is now being converted into a permanent structure with a poured foundation. After the original owners sold the southernmost lot and outlot to the current applicant, both new property owners discovered that the existing O2 zoning created site planning and parking challenges due to small lot sizes and restrictive requirements. In response, the applicant is requesting a change to O3 zoning, which eliminates off-street parking requirements and matches the zoning directly to the north and east of the site. Because O3 zoning must operate under a use permit, the amendment to use permit 55 brings these parcels into alignment without altering prior conditions. This change will support coordinated development and greater design flexibility while enabling more efficient use to this infill location. The waivers to accommodate the outlot and size constraints to the site, the applicant is also requesting waivers to the city's standard setback requirements as followed. Front yard setbacks reduced from 50 feet to 20 feet, rear yard setbacks reduced from 40 feet to 20 feet, and side yard setback reduced from 15 feet to 5 feet. Given the compact nature of the site and its urban setting, these adjustments are practical and appropriate. They ensure the future development fits logically within the block and complements surrounding land uses without negatively impacting neighboring properties. The proposal also aligns closely with the City of Lincoln's comprehensive plan. The site is designed as commercial in the future land use map and is located in an already served by infrastructure and surrounding by compatible zoning. In conclusion, the rezoning and use permit amendment are straightforward. Well-reasoned requests that the city's vision for smart, sustainable growth. The proposal encourages infill development, increases flexibility for future tenants, and aligns with both the intent of the zoning ordinance and the city's long-range comprehensive plan. The requested waivers are appropriate for the site's context and allow for a more functional and compatible development pattern. With staff recommendation, the project represents a practical and beneficial step forward for the neighborhood and the city. And with that, I can take any questions you may have.
Questions at this time? Okay.
Cindy, just,
sorry, didn't see your finger.
I'm noticing that the third lot back in is already zoned O3.
Correct.
And so it's the first 2 lots that
Yes.
basically we're talking about.
Yeah, so it's going to be the outlot at the bottom that kind of goes into the channel, and then the 2 lots above it.
Right, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, testimony from the applicant.
Good afternoon. Joe Renteria Jr. I'm the applicant for the properties that were just described by Mr. Johnson. I don't really have anything to...
Give us your address.
Oh, my home address?
Whichever address you want to use.
Okay,
but yeah, we
I'll use
can-
this one here. It's 2231 South 39th Street. I didn't really have anything else to add other than the property is, if you can't tell from the diagram, it's located on a dead end. And again, just as Mr. Johnson had indicated, the primary reason for the ask or the request for the zone changes to be consistent with the area, which is currently O3 and actually across the street to the west or east is a B1, so business district, office space. That's essentially what we're looking at. So that's all I had.
Questions? All right, thank you very
Okay.
much. All right, at this time, we will hear testimony in support of this application. If anyone is here to testify in support. Is there anyone here who wishes to testify in a neutral capacity about this application? And is there anyone here who wishes to testify in opposition?
Seeing none, I would move that we close the public hearing. Well, we got to hear from, does anybody have any questions of them first? Sorry.
Yeah, we need to go through questions quick.
Yeah.
I will just note that we did, as we do whenever we have items on our agenda, we do receive comments, and every commissioner has an opportunity to review those, and those are included in the permanent record, and we did receive some feedback on this application, and that has been considered. So, all right. Now, we will see if there are additional questions for staff. Okay. Just want to make sure we were following procedure. So thank you for coming back up, but I think we're probably good.
Alrighty.
And at this time, we will take applicant rebuttal, but since there have been no questions, I assume you have no rebuttal or nothing else to add at this point. Okay. All right, now, Dick.
Yeah, okay. I would move we close the public hearing.
Second, Joy.
Clara.
Yes.
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 And I would move we approve change of zone 25011.
Second, Joy.
Yes.
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 And I would move that we approve use permit 55A.
Second, Joy.
Yes.
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 Next item on the agenda is special permit 1123D, amending the existing special permit allowing a temporary shelter for the homeless to increase the special permit area for a new 69,000 square foot addition on property generally located at 100 and 154 P Street. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these applications?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of the site to be disclosed?
Also, no.
Good afternoon, Ben Callahan with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. So before you today, this is an amendment to the existing special permit, which is currently serving People City Mission. This is at their campus at 110 Q Street, so between North 1st and North 2nd, and then be north of O Street. The black boundary today is what their special permit boundary looks like, and then they are proposing to expand to the south, which would be the entire city block south of Q, and bring the boundary down to as far as P Street. With this expansion, so they're currently under a special permit for temporary housing for the homeless. This has been, I believe, initially approved in 1985 is when they started on the site, and over time have amended and going north for flood storage, which we'll talk about. With this, they have to do a full amendment to the permit boundary and are proposing kind of cuts off the bottom here, but this would be for a new 69,000 square foot women and children's shelter shown basically on the east side of their new boundary, and then they're showing parking on the west side with access on First Street. Overall, I'll be adding 2.16 acres into the site. Kind of the area here, so roughly the entire white boundary is all zoned I-1 for special permit to house temporary for the homeless. It either has to be in an I-1 zoning district or B4, so those are the only two that it's an option in today. Surrounding the property is kind of a mix of multi-tenant warehousing, kind of in line with I-1 zoning, and then there is a recycling yard to the west of this property. So with this amendment, it would cross over Q Street. So it is important to know, although their site plan shows that, it still would remain open as a public street. So similar to your community unit plans covering over the streets, but their boundary expanding. And then with this plan, a grading plan was also submitted. Much of this area, pretty much everything that you see here within the white is within floodplain today. So it is important to know, and looking at why they didn't expand to the north, pretty much that whole green area in their boundary is in a conservation easement for flood storage. So they have been working with the watershed department as part of the approval for conditions on their grading plan and what's allowable fill on site. Overall, the planning department's recommending conditional approval is in line with the comprehensive plan and still for complete neighborhoods, still providing accessible and safe housing for residents. So for that reason, recommending approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Ben, is on the Second Street side of the proposed site, is that a right-of-way easement area that's not included out to Second Street? Yes.
That their boundary would just, technically their boundary would extend over this block, but Second, First, Q Street will also remain public streets.
Yeah, but is the reason that the line doesn't go out to Second Street like it does to First, is that because of easements through there or what?
It's actually because there's an older platted right-of-way is wider in that location, so it's actually it doesn't extend. I have to look at what the exact right-of-way is, but it's wider on Second Street than it is on First Street today.
Okay.
That was interesting when you look at the
Yeah.
GIS. Yeah. Good question.
Any additional questions at this point? Okay, thank you very much. All right, testimony from the applicant?
Good afternoon, Tim Gergen, Clark and Anderson, 1010 Lincoln Mall. Ben did a great job presenting our project. I have Jeff Chadwick here with Clark and Anderson as well. We'll kind of present a little bit of the building. But I first want to kind of go through a little bit of the site. Ben did a great job presenting our site, but also your planning commission did observe it is a unique part of City of Lincoln, bounded by floodplain and floodplain bound we are on this site. We have had the challenge of working with watershed, finding our floodplain storage capacity. We have had that. If you notice in the conditions, that's probably the biggest part of our conditions is working through those floodplain boundaries and those conservation easements. I will, if we can just kind of show that site plan up real quick, and then we'll let Jeff go to the presentation. I saw Mike is here with Watershed as well. We believe we've worked out all those conditions with watershed management with our conservation easements. That is, as Ben had pointed out, everything on the north part is undeveloped because we're going to have existing conservation easements. That was there in place for the existing building, and then we're going to put in new conservation easement right up to the very north end of the existing building to be able to give us the opportunity to build on the block that we are proposing. I'm going to bring up and maybe just zoom in on our proposed site a little bit. There is a condition.
You want to focus it, Tim?
Yeah, I don't know how to focus that. There we go. There's a condition on approval that I'd like us to consider. I know, Ben, this might throw you off a little bit. Revised shown loading area and pedestrian crossing on Q Street to the satisfaction of LTU. It's open-ended for us. We hope that we can resolve that, but to us, our site plan because of the floodplain and because of what we're trying to build in an already very restricted area. People City Mission is not a location, it's a campus. We're on two dead-end roads of 1st and 2nd Street. Q Street is kind of the connector that provides that loop. Q Street really is, to us, part of the People City Mission. LTU's condition is really, they don't like to have mid-block crossings. The front door of the existing building is located mid-block. We want to have these two buildings communicate directly with each other. So if you're going from one building, we're directly going to the other building. So we're showing a pedestrian connection across the mid-block of Q Street so that we could go right into the front door of our proposed building instead of walking all the way around it to that effect. So that is one condition we'd like to have at least the Planning Commission consider. That is really intuitive to the people using People City Mission, but also to the use of the crossing Q Street. The other one is the loading dock. The site plan doesn't show it, but there is really only one good way into the People City Mission, and that's at the signal at 1st and O Street. 1st and O Street provides the one and only access. So our trucks are only going to be coming down 1st Street. We'll only be coming down 1st Street here. And the way we have our loading dock, it's at an angle here. And the way the truck would be coming in is backing into the People City Mission and then coming back out to the signal at 1st Street. It's really the best way we have found that's going to work for the People City Mission on the building. They do get a lot of deliveries and they supply a lot of food to people in need, and we really need this truck dock. So that is one condition we'd really like to see. I know it says work with LTU, but if we could just remove that altogether on that end. I will then have Jeff kind of go into a little bit further into the explanation of the building itself.
Just really quick. So
Yep.
there are 13 site-specific conditions, and you were saying that those 13 are all acceptable with the exception of 1.4.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thanks. Okay.
Jeff Chadwick, Clark and Anderson, 1010 Lincoln Mall, Suite 200. I'll put this up. We've been working with the People City Mission for quite a while now, looking at, as Tim showed, expanding out to the south lot. If you've seen anything on 1011 News, I think you've seen Pastor Tom give quite a good explanation of all this. About half of the block will be parking. About half of the block will be a 69,000 square foot, 2-story brick and siding structure. The entire site is lifted up out of the floodplain about 8 feet. So that also includes the parking lot as well. That's kind of tiered up so they can provide easy access to the building, both vehicular and pedestrian. Brand new entrance, kind of a signature piece for the mission as you go inside. Very welcoming atmosphere, going into interior courtyards for playgrounds. Security and safety have been paramount in all of our design. So creating fenced in areas, you can see on the plan, entire facility is fenced in. Maybe I'll go back into this. The entire facility is fenced in. We're even looking at how that fencing can be created so that it isn't quite as kind of an obstruction along the entire perimeter. The courtyards, there'll be a gymnasium / chapel in the center of the facility that can be multi-purpose. Dining room, if you've been to their current dining room, they're serving a lot of meals. Treating this as something that's got some exterior windows, although it is a part of a storm shelter, an emergency shelter area that we can provide cover for all those windows. Lounge spaces, business center, life skills center inside, a series of about 100 rooms that can be either, as you see here, bunk beds. They could be single beds. They could be double beds. A lot of multi-functional use of the bedrooms themselves. But all in all, creating a women and children's shelter just south of their existing facility, as Tim said, connected up to the facility, but really separate. And then I think, Pastor Tom, you want to say a couple words?
He knows me. Well, first of all, thank you guys. Pastor Tom Barber, People's City Mission, 110 Q Street. Did I get it right? Good. Okay. Let me get all my things checked. They told you the what. I just wanted to give you a second and tell you the why, if I could. People's City Mission, you may not know this, we were started in 1907. We're actually one of the oldest homeless shelters in the United States. I think we're the 25th oldest. We were started 50 years before any other shelter in Nebraska. And reason for that is I think we still have, but we had the third largest train yard in the country. And so all the homeless back in 07, the turn of the century, were hobos. And so we had a bunch of hobos in Lincoln, and so they started a homeless shelter way back before anybody else was really doing it. We've been here in Lincoln all this time, have deep ties to the city. We've been able to serve really as Lincoln's only homeless shelter that we have. I've been there 21 years. I'm getting old. Everybody I started with, guys, have all disappeared. I'm the last of the Mohicans, I think, of the earlier guys. But in the last 4 or 5 years, it's just getting unmanageable. We're in a 45-year-old building that was built for 250 people. This winter I had 430 folks there in cubby holes. I had women and babies on mats on the floor. I had to put up 2 mats on one so the baby wouldn't fall on the concrete. We're out of space. And if we don't build something, Lincoln's going to be in trouble. It just is. And so we need to build it. I hopefully plan to retire if we get this thing up. It's a young man's game. I'm ready to leave. But we really have to build something. We don't have the space. We don't have the capacity anymore to handle things. And so what they talked about is a new building, but the existing building is going to be repurposed. We're going to remodel that whole thing to just a men's shelter, which allows us to up to 300 guys, which will cover all the homeless guys for a number of years to come that are here in Lincoln. Sarah Hoyle of Lancaster County has asked if I would take a little section and make it a low barrier shelter, which I'm not particularly fond of, for her and for the county. If I were to build this do the men's shelter, I've agreed to, so long as she provides police presence there whenever it's open, and she's agreed to do that. So this would not only be a center for women and kids and get them off the floor, but it would allow us to bring up another 200 beds for men and even create a little low barrier shelter. So that is the plan. I think it would help Lincoln for a long time to come. And like I said, however we build it here or somewhere else, we've got to build. There's no way to keep doing what we're doing. I'm just telling you, there's no way. So that's the why. But any questions on that? And I'll sit down.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the men in the shelter are sent out during the day.
No.
They're allowed to stay there.
Yeah, no, we are.
Okay.
No, we sort of have a number of programs. If you want me just for a second, I can expand. Families are one side, and they tend to get Section A and be out sooner. But on the men's shelter, we basically ask everybody 2 questions when they come. 1, how do we get you permanent housing? And 2, why are you here? So on the men's shelter, when they say, why are you here? If they have an issue and they want to work on it, then they can stay 3 or 4 or 5 months, and they can stay 24/7 there. Most of them have jobs, and they try to. If they don't want to work on the problem, then it's 30 days in and out. But a lot of our people work. I think there's a misconception of homelessness. It's actually a very nuanced thing, much more than people know. We did a recent study. This may shock you. 40% of our people have jobs. Only 30% of the people staying at the mission have drug or alcohol problems. 30% are capable of getting their own. They don't need Section 8 housing or housing. They can get back on their own. And probably 15 or 20% have some mental health issues that they shouldn't be housed. They need to be in a place where they have mental health. And so it's a mixed bag of people, and we have a mixed sort of situations of how we let people stay there. We also have transitional housing, 60 units. We've got programs for the women and the kids there. And usually there we try to get them housing if they need it. But again, about 30% get their own housing. They just come and stay for a while, and then they move on. So it varies. But nobody is kicked out during the day unless sometimes when they clean, if you hear that, they might say we're closed for 2 or 3 hours where we clean the Agape Cafe or something, we keep people. So we may boot people out of that so we can clean it up, but then they can come back in. So they're not required to go in and out. Does that?
Yes, that does help.
Sure.
Another question. I know the police department is has recently started working with Centerpoint and other institutions that are helping people with mental problems and addictions. Are you part of that cooperation?
Yeah, we send people to different groups. Like I said, when we say, what's your issue? When we find it out, we try to connect them with what other resources are in the city. And in some cases, they reconnect with us. For instance, take Friendship Home and Domestic Violence. We send people to them when there's openings. But what you may not know is they send people to us too. When they get a thing, they send us people to help them. And so we work with different people at the operational level. And we connect with all sorts of groups to do that. But 80% of the homeless are at the mission. So even though we have other people doing stuff, just know when you hear the homeless count, which is just really part of the homeless population, it's not the whole group, 80% of that number is the People City Mission. And so we're really housing the vast majority. We're feeding the vast majority. I think we did 240,000 meals last year. We fed most of the homeless. And so we're mainly the only place. It's unfortunate. You know, another stat I'm putting on our website, which is unrelated to this, but it's an ancillary stat. We got curious about Omaha because they have 4 shelters, all bigger than the People City Mission. So we looked at that and found out they have a shelter bed for every 240 people. We have a shelter bed for every 983 people. And so then we got really curious, and we looked at least 8 other cities around the country. Was Orlando, Madison, a number. They all between 200 and 500. We're going to put on our website at least 20 cities in the United States that have at least twice the shelter space of Lincoln. We can't find anybody with as low emergency shelter space as Lincoln, Nebraska. Now, that's just a side issue. But, guys, we don't have the shelter space other cities have. I'm just telling you. It's not there. So, anyway. Guys, thank you for listening to me.
Well, one thing about it that I've noticed as we've listened to you throughout the community is your voice establishes hope. So thank you.
Well,
I just wanted to share that today
I
got the opportunity.
I'm honored you said that, and I got to tell you, I'm going to be religious. I think the Holy Spirit's hoodwinking you because I've been a CEO of a company. Nobody talked about my voice. I taught sales and marketing at UNL. My students never talked about my voice. My kids certainly never talked about my voice. I was a pastor at Christ Place. Nobody talked about my voice. I come to the People City Mission, and everybody says, "Oh, your voice, Pastor Tom." And it's like, what about my voice? I'm 60 years old, 73 now. Why am I finding out I have an interesting voice when I'm going to retire? So, but thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
All right, any additional questions for the engineers or, yeah?
Just a quick question on the dock area. Yes. So, because of all of the challenges of this site, when we look at it from the floodplain and the access and Q Street,
right.
That seems like a natural use, and the concept, though, of talking about how this happens on a public street, well, we'll probably need to think a little bit more and have a staff question about that. But is there something you'd like to add to that and the cross traffic?
Yeah, so it is. Q Street's a public street. We turn back to the plan. Q Street is a public street, but as we've recognized, it is in a unique part of Lincoln. You are not traveling through this part. You are coming using 1st and 2nd Street or Q Street to attend the People City Mission. That's it. I mean, that's the only location. I'll zoom this out a little bit. And so you'll also see that we have on-street parking on Q Street on the north. Mm-hmm. It's not parallel. It's not diagonal. It's 90-degree parking. I will put $10 down if you can find any other parking on a public street like that. Q Street just doesn't quack like a public street.
Right.
We would love to have it vacated. It serves a purpose right now as a way to circulate people in and around the area, because we have abutting landowners on the east and west, but we need their cooperation to vacate. But we don't have their cooperation to vacate at this time. So we would love to vacate it, but we see it serves a purpose. There's public utilities in Q Street as well. But it is on a dead-end part of Lincoln. It is not really serving through traffic or any other traffic besides the People City Mission on Q Street. So we see it really as a private street. or a drive for the People's City Mission.
And then the road that's on the west side of the property north of Q, is that, I mean, when you look at it online, it looks like it's part of the property. Is that?
That is vacated, so all
That has
the
been.
public streets north of Q Street have been vacated.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it will be a conversation with staff because human nature will be to walk across the street.
That's correct.
Right.
So finding ways for people to be safe while that's happening would be important, but yeah, I mean, it's, yeah.
So you are proposing a crosswalk on Q Street. Would that be signaled?
It would not be. There would just, it would be signed, or we could have striping, but yep,
So paint and.
right.
Okay, got it.
But would not have any flashing beacon or any, it'd be a signed or striped,
No stop sign.
no stop sign.
And no traffic calming device in terms of.
That's correct.
Well, I think we do think that there'd be limited traffic between there because it really is a men's shelter on the north, a women's shelter, women and children's shelter on the south. There will be some times when the men are coming over to play basketball or something, but for the most part, these are two really separate entities.
Yeah, the picture of the dining room I noticed had a lot of men in it.
Oh, we maybe need to change our.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, good, that answers my question about fathers being able to interact with their children. And then I noticed that all the other places were women only, so that was actually one of my questions.
Good question.
Was how families are treated versus just mothers and children. So anyway, but yeah, so anyway, there are a lot of guys in the cafeteria photo.
Yeah, we'll take note
Or
of
at
that.
least, yeah, that was the.
That's funny.
I'm glad that you noticed those kinds of things in the renderings. We sometimes think it's all about the architecture, right? It's about the people that
Oh,
are
yes.
inhabiting the
We
buildings.
do notice it.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, additional questions? Okay,
Thank you.
yep.
Thank you. Can I just pull this? Hold on.
All right, while they're taking care of the technology, do we have people here today who wish to testify in support of this application? Is there anyone here who wishes to testify in a neutral capacity or anyone who would like to testify in opposition? Okay, looks like we don't have anyone here to testify on this application, but I do think we have staff questions, so. Mr. Callahan, if you'll come back up.
Might be helpful.
All right. You heard the proposal. I'll go ahead and ask the question. That they are, the applicant is requesting the removal of item 1.4. And so I don't know if we want to have somebody from LTU talk about the concern about the crosswalk.
Yes, I don't think there's anyone from LTU here today, unfortunately. A little bit of background on the review process. That was why we added the condition was, with this support, then they would still work with LTU after this to find a suitable location. I know, so as Tim mentioned here, so it's probably not the highest traffic street in Lincoln, but it's still going to remain open to the public. So it's not going to be restricted to anyone just on the campus. And then two of the main things that LTU wanted to work on is surely the mid-block crossing is a concern. And then depending on how they would work with whether it's striped or makes that safe just for a mid-block crossing. And then with the loading dock, as it's shown, a portion of the truck or anything loading would actually be extending out into the public right away, which would normally not be allowed. So that was the hope, and that something could be reconfigured to at least make sure the truck is fully on the site. And then also, I guess, two things with the loading dock is that kind of backing into where the crossing actually ends up on the site. So mixing the pedestrian and loading dock area. And then I know during the review, LTU had questioned the truck pulling out right into the intersection of First Street, which for this area, with the business owners to the east, Just to note that Q Street and First Street are paved and improved, and then you come down to First and O, which is the only light in this area. So currently, Second Street is not improved, so there could force more traffic to take that route down to First.
Question? Refresh my memory. Is there a parking requirement here?
There's not. There originally was a parking requirement, and then with the change to I-1, there's no parking requirement in I-1 any longer. But I would note, I guess, if the Planning Commission is thinking of striking the condition, Planning Department may recommend doing a 2-week deferral just so the applicant and LTU could work out a different concept as well.
Yeah, because this is final action.
I'm sorry, didn't hear you, Cindy.
This is final action, so it's not like the previous application that we were considering, which was just a recommendation to the city council. This would be final action. Okay, additional questions or conversation you would like to have with Mr. Callahan? I'm looking at you as our resident. Do you have any other questions?
I'm just
I'm
looking
going to give you a minute because I thought you're doing some deep thinking. So
Right, because I'm looking at, and maybe this is an applicant question, with the slope of the land as we go from the building out and the Q Street access versus on-site. There's just some, it appears that there's some challenges there. I don't know if everyone else has talked about that. So it might be more of an applicant question. I don't know, Ben,
Okay.
unless you think you wanted to talk more about that.
I'm not sure, or Mike with Watershed
Yeah,
may
or
also
Mike,
be here
yeah.
with grading, but I do have the grading plan with, I believe it's sloping to the west here.
Steve Hendrickson with Planning Department. This is why it would be helpful if we knew if there was an objection to a condition in advance. We would have had LTU staff here who are the experts in this matter, who could explain why an angled backup into across the right-of-way is inappropriate. So if you want to strike that condition, I think you wait 2 weeks so that LTU staff can be here to explain that condition. Or in the 2 weeks, there's additional conversation about what could be done and the options. This is a condition that there's a lot going on here. You have the pedestrian crossing going right into an angled truck backup area across the public right-of-way. So I think if you do, rather than trying to redesign it here on the fly, it's best to have LTU staff who made those comments at the hearing.
So that is if it is, if the consideration is to strike it.
To strike it, then
it
you
would
should
be
have
recommending
LTU staff here.
versus approving the staff recommendation, which is to
Right.
leave it in, and then there would be still the conversation.
So
that
lots
would
of
happen.
conversation about how it's the best way to and look at alternatives.
Yep. All right. Any additional questions for staff?
And thank you.
All right, applicant rebuttal.
Yeah, I could sense Steve's frustration in his voice. We, we use a city system called Project Docs in Lincoln. It was down. And so we had very limited time to really review and digest all the conditions. And really the items that were the main brunt that we were really focusing on were the watershed items, and we were going back and forth quite a bit with watershed during this time. We get 3 or 4 days to really get a lot of correspondence back with the city of Lincoln before we're in front of you. And so we have a lot of comments and a lot of technical items with this particular project in the floodplain. And so we were just noticing this comment about the crosswalk and the truck dock. And a lot of times when city staff doesn't have enough lead time to give us specific questions, you notice ambiguity in their comment or their conditions, which you see to the satisfaction of LTU, which leaves it open-ended on this end. And in this case, our truck dock in the mid-block crossing is pretty paramount to the project. I want to really strive to the point that Q Street is a public street, but it's not a public street in the realm that we see drive around public streets today. The truck does not hang out into the public right-of-way like Steve alluded to. It's when it's docked, it's parked, and it's all fully on the People City Mission Project property, not in the right-of-way. There are numerous city, state, county-owned buildings in the city of Lincoln that have truck docks right on city right-of-way, that trucks stop traffic in downtown and back up into truck docks in that. So this is not the first time that you see truck docks where trucks are backing up in the city right-of-way. You see government buildings do that quite often in downtown. So this is not the first time that you're going to see this. This is a common practice where trucks are backing up into city streets. Q Street is one of the streets that we would like to do it on because it's a very unactivated public street more than First Street. We didn't want to activate on First Street. Second Street is a gravel road, unimproved. We didn't want to use that for our gravel. If we have a really rainy season, snow, you're not going to be able to get access. The homeless won't be able to get their food deliveries for the kitchen. This is a paramount condition, and that's why we're asking us to evaluate that a little bit more stringent than just to the satisfaction of LTU. We're okay with maybe taking a 2-week delay, if that's okay with you, Pastor Tom, to vet this out further. But I really see that what we have proposed is what we really need to come back forward with. And so that's I guess our rebuttal to that.
Thank you, appreciate that. Are there questions? Okay.
I move we close the public hearing.
Second, Joy.
Well, we need to vote on closing
vote
the
on
public
that.
hearing.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Ebert,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
And although I agree with Mr. Gergen, I think it would be best for us to delay this for 2 weeks so that we get LTU and Clark Henderson talking to each other and come up with potentially a solution.
Appreciate that, and I just realized that we have now closed the public hearing, and we're going to need to vote to undo what we just voted, because in
Okay.
order to have a delay and to be able to then have a conversation with
Right.
staff and the applicant in 2 weeks, we will need to hold the public hearing
Correct.
open. So
Okay.
that is the will of the
So
group.
I would amend my first motion to extend the public hearing for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Second, Joy, if that's appropriate.
We
Here comes
probably
Tim.
need to reopen and then do the
Here comes Tim.
deferral. Sorry about that. I was trying to follow the order, and then I was like, whoops.
No problem.
Okay.
Tim C., Assistant City Attorney, I think you could make a motion that that delays the matter and reopens the public hearing for further public hearing next week. I think the important thing is that everyone on the commission knows exactly that's what you're doing. So as long as that's clear in the motion, I think we can be all right with that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, do you want to make that motion?
So that is the motion I would make.
And so I'll second the motion that includes opening the public hearing and deferring
For 2 weeks,
2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
continuing the
On
public hearing.
that, we will then take a vote, unless there is a desire for any discussion on that motion. Okay, Clara?
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Ebert,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
All right, we'll see you in 2 weeks. All right, we are going to, I appreciate everyone's patience today. I know we have a lot of people here, and we've had a lot of items on the agenda. We are going to take a 5-minute break, just in case anybody needs to get a drink of water, use the washrooms. We'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll proceed with our final 2 items.
communications to be disclosed on these applications?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
Also no. Thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon. Jacob Schlange, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. This is an application to amend the Highmark Estates Community Unit Plan to add 9 residential lots by converting existing golf course holes on 2 outlots, and those outlots are in this area of application shown here. And more specifically, these are the proposed lot configurations. So there's 4 to the west on Highmark Lane, and there's 5 proposed along South 89th Street there. The proposed lots are intended for single-family homes, and the owners of the property intend to relocate the existing golf holes to elsewhere on the course. The proposed lots are of a similar size and shape as others in the development. They do conform to all of the lot requirements of the R3 zoning, and no waivers are requested. This CUP does not regulate the current or future layout of golf holes or guarantee the continued existence of the golf course. The comprehensive plan does support the redevelopment of areas designated for green space when appropriate. And similar amendments to convert existing golf course holes to residential lots have been made in other parts of the city in the past, as well as to this CUP, including the existing homes along Highmark Lane and along South 89th Street. The applicant has provided a site plan that shows how the golf course and cart paths would be realigned to accommodate the added lots, as well as a concept for 3 amenity holes that would be provided for the use of the abutting neighbors. However, there is no requirement in the CUP that these amenity holes be provided. There was a neighborhood meeting held on Tuesday, April 29th at the Newmark Pro Shop. This meeting was held prior to the submission of the application. However, I will note that at the time that the addresses were requested from the planning department, they did not include the addresses within 200 feet of the western 4 lots. They only included the addresses within these 5 lots along South 89th Street. As a result, many neighbors were not notified until the legal notification was provided by the planning department prior to this meeting. So submission of an updated grading and drainage plan has been recommended as a condition of approval to be reviewed by LTU Watershed Management. I think that's all I've got. I'll answer any questions.
Questions at this point? All right, thank you very much. All right, now we'd like to hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon, Tim Gergen, Clark and Anderson, 1010 Lincoln Mall, Suite 200. Jacob did a great presentation. We had invited him to our neighborhood meeting. We did have an error on that. I think the big items that we may have missed were, to me, we had a strong turnout at our neighborhood meeting. Probably the one items we didn't miss or get in attendance were the Pioneer Greens Neighborhood Association, which is located, these townhomes located along here. I did receive several phone calls from abutting neighbors along that, wondering if that golf hole was going to change or be rerouted, just because the area of application showed that that is not our intention or any realignment of that golf hole whatsoever. Unlike a few minutes ago, we have read the conditions provided by the city staff and are in agreement with their condition. Their main condition was just some minor cleanup on the CUP and then the grading and drainage. A grading and drainage report or a plan was not provided because it really did not change much in the way of changing any grading patterns or drainage patterns on the site. Currently, it is all set up to be graded and drained the same path as well. This is the plan that Jacob showed earlier. The only difference is the black is the reroute of the cart paths. That was one item that the neighborhood, as a result of our neighborhood meeting, was the request of how are the golf paths going to be relocated. We have a stormwater.
Say it again. There was noise?
At our neighborhood meeting, some questions came about how the cart paths are going to get realigned, and that's what you see here in black. That's all the cart paths are going to stay the same, except just what we show in black is how that's going to get realigned. We have an existing stormwater detention cell located at this intersection. That's kind of why green space is there. That's where all of our water will be directed to on that. The golf holes in this area are going to get rerouted on the remaining part of the golf course, but we'll be keeping the greens, and we can keep those as amenity holes. Throughout the course of Highmark's history, you have seen redevelopment of that golf course. There have been some golf holes that have been left off the course that are now just left for the abutting neighbors. Those are what we call amenity holes. So this is something very similar to what we would propose here in this location as well. Like Jacob had mentioned before, it's not part of our CUP, but it was part of our commitment to the neighborhood association and to the neighbors in our neighborhood meeting. I'm just going to point out a few things that Jacob started to allude on is the comprehensive plan. It's something that we have, is before you. It's a long work for planning department. It takes great input from this community of Lincoln. We know Lincoln's going to take to grow. We know that it takes a lot of money to grow. That's why you saw the Lincoln on the Move tax initiative pass soon for new and streets get built to create new lots. One of the initiatives of the comprehensive plan is infill. We have an existing neighborhood street that has existing infrastructure on it, already sewer, water, power. It's all there. 9 lots can be platted and built on this with little to no money spent on infrastructure or adding city services for new streets to maintain. So that's kind of what we're really wanting to concentrate on is the comprehensive plan of infill. The CUP is planned for 585 dwelling units. We're only showing 408 dwelling units at this point. So we're well below what is allowed on Highmark out here today. It's got an existing street. We know that we are taking up some existing golf holes, but green space, but we're allowing that to be still remain some of the golf greens and to be letting the neighborhood or letting those existing neighborhood use those greens. Let's see some other items for that. I'm just going to keep on repeating the comprehensive plan. Infill and redevelopment is really the encouragement of infilling what we can with little to no infrastructure addition is really what we wanted to really try to impress upon you is what we're doing at this point is infilling existing streets with 9 single-family lots that are match the existing character of the Highmark neighborhood. I have Dan here who represents the ownership group of Newmark as well that can kind of explain further on some of the ideas that we came to why we're here today before you, but owning a private golf course that is not subsidized with city tax dollars for a city golf course. It gets to be hard to do, as well as maintaining 4 9-hole courses like Highmark is. It gets to be a daunting task. Dan?
Okay. Tim kind of stole my opening line there, because it is challenging.
Name and address quick, please.
Dan Saltis, 4944 South 89th. No, 36 holes is a daunting task. It's manageable. It's doable. We're not trying to damage the golf course. We're trying to improve the golf course so we can continue giving families a place to go, to be together. We want to be a good steward of the community. Monday of this week, we had a BDRS fundraiser, which is, it's Batten disease. It's a genetic disorder in youth. That tournament took 18 holes, and they were able to raise $16,000. The Friday before that, Tabitha Meals on Wheels was there. They used all 36 holes.
we haven't gotten the total number that they've raised, but we enjoy working with families, and we like being a partner with those organizations that we can help.
Anything else to add, Dan?
I don't think so.
Okay. Have any questions?
Question? Yeah.
We received several letters from the public. The golf carts, they were hoping that those would be paved with fencing and a tree line. Have you given consideration to that?
I don't know if we've seen any of those letters.
Maybe it came up at your meeting?
I don't recall any discussion of
I
tree
don't.
line. I mean, I know there were people that talked about pavement on cart paths, but I don't remember any discussion of a tree lined or fencing.
They came out yesterday, late afternoon.
I did not get that information.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear
Okay.
it
Yeah.
again.
Right.
And
Yeah, keep going through that stuff.
and has
then,
the
so we can talk about
watershed
it.
been approved?
So the watershed plan, it just needs to be updated for the 9 lots. That's one of the conditions. Essentially, the existing grading and drainage plan doesn't show the 9 lots, but it's not going to change the grading and drainage output. We have a stormwater quality condition that we have to meet that wasn't approved with original Highmark, and so we will be putting that as solution into that submittal. But the detention is already there in place and accounts for these 9 lots.
And some of the concerns, I'm sure we'll hear them again, were that the water is already approaching the houses that are concerned about removing that 5th hole, and adding more rooftops and more concrete is just going to exacerbate that problem. So I would hope that something can be done to mitigate that if this goes through.
Yeah, we're not allowed to increase any stormwater onto a budding property, so all of that will be graded and drained to this existing stormwater detention cell.
Yes.
Tim, can you pull up the map of how the houses are located with the 9 also showing on that picture
This
that you
colored
had?
one, Dick?
Yeah. Tim, what is the direction of drainage now? Where does the water go from what's now green space? Is it going down towards those houses to the south?
The direction we'll be taking is the front yards will all be drained towards the street.
Okay.
And then the backyards, we got a little bit going this way, and then a little bit, all the backyards will then be pitched to this detention cell
Okay.
at this location.
And from the letters that you've seen, where are the homes that are getting the water in by their back porches and such?
I have not seen those letters.
Okay, if you'll leave that map available as people testify, because I want to see where those are.
I think it's on the west, those townhouses. That's kind of, I was just looking
In
at.
this area here.
No, yeah,
No.
but like, clear over, like on the edge of your paper, the ones who back onto the commons.
What hole number is that?
4?
5.
5.
That's
5. Yeah, it was 5 they
Four isn't getting
referenced.
affected.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 red, right?
5
Yes.
red. Okay. Yeah.
All right, additional questions for
And
the applicant?
so I'll just point out, I mean, these areas here, that would not be anything that would be part of this submittal. If that is, if that is an issue that is having today, it would exist not in addition to what these lots would create that, but it would be just what may need to be just rectified for the golf course, but not due to these 9 lots.
Got it. So it's a potential, okay, got it.
All right, additional questions at this time?
How, have you talked about anything with the traffic in the area? That was another concern, was traffic and speed?
Well, I mean, it's traffic and speed. It's a street, it's a residential street.
Mhm.
There are large homes, so 75 to 90-foot wide lots.
Mhm.
You're going to see a little bit more uptick in traffic for 9 additional lots, but it's nothing more than it's less than what a townhome neighborhood would have. You would have 18 lots if we had townhomes on this, or 18 to 20. And so 9 additional lots for a residential street that's already built, that's single loaded. We're just adding now the other side development would not increase any more traffic than what you would typically see in your neighborhood street with single family. So it'd still be a normal operation streets that would 27-foot wide street very easily handle the amount of 9 lots.
I think the concern was not so much the volume, but the speed that people were taking those roads, and they were asking for traffic calming.
Well, that would be a LTU item. I know that traffic calming, i.e. speed bumps or speed tables, are very highly regulated with LTU. I know they don't allow speed bumps or traffic calming because of the maintenance items to go with it, but also kind of the unknown for preparing the driver of a traffic calming in a kind of area where, in my mind, you don't really need to have traffic calming in a residential street where you don't have very much, you don't have a very heavily loaded traffic for these streets. It's not really a cut-through street. You don't see a school nearby. You don't see a business that people want to get to. It's kind of more of a suburban, typical low development neighborhood street.
Yeah.
How are the cart paths built today?
We've got, on the 36 holes, I would say 25% of the course has asphalt. The other 75% either has none or it's crushed concrete gravel.
Mm-hmm. So if there is drainage or water problems in this area, would it not make sense to have them asphalt so that there's not constant repair?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I think that's good for now. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just leave this up here.
Yeah, thanks. All right, we'll start with testimony in support of this application. And then we'll ask if anyone is here to testify in a neutral capacity. Just a quick reminder to everybody, start with your name and address, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Yes, John Jensen, 8851 Highmark Lane. I'm representing myself, plus I'm president of the Highmark Lane Homeowners Association, which is the 34 homes to the north and to the east, northeast of the proposed 9 holes. We're not opposed, we're not in support. The golf course has been cooperative with us in working with various things through the years, and trees and watering grass and things. And so we definitely support the success of the golf course, because we want it, if they're there and their course looks good, it makes our homes look good. So the thing we did have, though, is for 2 years, we just took over the association from the developer maybe 3 years ago. And then we merged there was two.
Point to the map that's in front of you on the,
Sure.
that way we can see.
Laying on
Yes, yeah, your pin will show, we'll see it. Yeah, great,
All
thank
right.
you.
We started out as the 19th, then we merged with the 21st over here. So we're basically everything on Highmark Lane plus Highmark Court right there. So there's 34 homes in there. What our biggest complaint is speeding, basically. There's only 3 ways in there, and there's a golf course right smack in the middle of this. You can go out Augusta Lane to 84th, Highmark Lane to Pioneer, or south through another very residential neighborhood. So like during some of the golf events that Dan spoke of, there's a lot of traffic coming in and out of here. And the bad part is, you notice there's stretches, like from Pioneer, there's basically like an on-ramp coming up to our street where I'm the in-house, and so I can hear them going through the gears coming up that hill, and they round the corner, and then they round that other corner down there. And when the homeowners took over, again, this was our biggest complaint, and so we went to traffic with the city and said, what can we do? And so they suggested the study. And so we conducted this last year, and this was, I believe they put up their monitoring in October of 24. They presented us with the study in January and then March at our annual meeting. But basically, we qualify for speed tables or speed humps. There was in excess, I was a little shocked when I just living on this residential street that 500 cars a day go by. And the study was done in October, which was probably not a seasonally high golf month. So it probably was a little bit of a slow time. But we had speeds, the 85th percentile speed was 32 in the 25 zone. But there are cars routinely, I believe the high end was 42 in their study. I personally witnessed way more than 42 by some local teenagers that live down the street. But I'm not complaining because I was there once in a while in my day. But that is our biggest thing, is that I wish there was a condition where, and we're not advocating a particular kind of measure, but there's only two signs. One clear down at the entrance that says 25 miles per hour, and the other one down on 89th to regulate this whole area in a golf course that has a big parking lot full of cars on nice days like today. So we've asked for a stop sign one time on 89 to try to slow things down. It was denied because some study said that, it wasn't effective or whatever. We've asked for crosswalks by our mailboxes and some designation by golf cart paths also, because there's multiple golf cart paths throughout this, that there's really no, kind of warning or to get people to slow down, basically. So our big concern really revolves around safety, that, like, we don't know what to do exactly, but I think a condition should be in there that the developer should help us put in something to at least try to alleviate the traffic problem. And it's basically speeding. It's I've literally been passed on Highmark Lane going the speed limit. I've been passed by cars because I was, quote, going too slow. And I'm not the only one of our Highmark residents that this has happened to. I've had neighbors tell me they've been flipped off, and when they made the motion to slow down, and they've been and my time's up.
Time is up.
And so anyway, I think that's our big complaint, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be able to present this. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. We did see that you submitted the study, so we saw that. So thank you very much. Okay, now we will move. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in a neutral capacity? Okay, then we will move to testimony in opposition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Troy Bird with the Camplin Bird Legal Group, 330 South 10th Street, Suite 200. I'm here today on behalf of several of the property owners that adjoin the portions of the golf course which are being presented to you today for approval of the proposed amendment on Special Permit 1423. Although I represent several of the homeowners, I want to be clear, I do not represent the HOA that you just heard about. The opposition is to the final approval as it's been presented today. The homeowners feel that it's just not ready yet. The homeowners want some additional time to work with the applicant, especially as it pertains to the watershed, and you're going to hear some more about that in a little while. I will be followed by a number of the property owners who want to let you know directly what their concerns are, and they will discuss some of the watershed problems. They'll talk about some of the broken promises of the past, which have worsened the watershed problems as additional phases of the development have been subdivided and built out. And then finally, you'll hear some requests from some of the owners to be closely and intimately involved with the project going forward, including with some of the watershed issues, and then in proposing some solutions that they're okay with or that would be acceptable. As Jacob briefly noted, I want to talk about some of the notice issues. You heard about an informal meeting that occurred in late April. It was April 29th. Only 7 of the 48 unit homes in the townhome development received any kind of a notice about that informational meeting on April 29th. That equates to only about 15% of the record owners who stand to be impacted by this proposed change. And sending notice to such a small number of the impacted owners certainly appears to be deliberate, as the applicant knew that this proposal was going to be unpopular. Given that 6 of the comments online are from 7 of the notified owners, as I understand it, it's clear that the owners of record feel strongly about this proposal. The other 41 record owners should have been notified and should have been given a reasonable chance and an opportunity to weigh in before today. Now, I don't want to try to mislead you. There was a proper notice from the Planning Commission pursuant to Lincoln Municipal Code 28.81.050, but it was sent out on May 30th. The homeowners didn't receive that until June 2nd. Well, some of them still haven't received it. And here we are today having the meeting on it. It has not given those 41 owners that didn't know anything about this very much time or an opportunity to participate. Even the HOA, as John had stated in his comment that was submitted online, we would note that most of our members were not aware of this application until receipt of the Planning Commission's letter postmarked May 30th, 2025. Additionally, the HOA raised several concerns in their letter, which would require more than 6 business days to really prepare a proper response to. The notice issue was also flagged in the Planning Commission staff report on page 4 in paragraph 6, and says that only the neighbors within 200 feet of the 5 lots along South 89th Street were notified of that meeting. So because of the lack of the reasonable notice by the applicant to the record owners, this matter really should be continued or pushed out so that there's more time to allow those other 41 owners to receive notice and to have a chance to talk about this with the applicant. They believe that there are some solutions that could be discussed and there could be a better plan put forward, and they just want to be part of that process because it impacts their houses, each and every one of them. I would note that in a court case, you have 30 days to respond after you've been sued. The owners here today have had 6 business days. I don't believe that that's reasonable or adequate notice in order for them to be ready for today's hearing. Not continuing this matter, I'm sorry?
1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. Not continuing in this matter to allow those homeowners a reasonable amount of time to respond would be prejudicial to them. It would be unfair and it would be unjust. They were simply just asking for additional time to work together and to try to come to a mutual solution with the applicant so that everybody can be happy with the changes that are being proposed here. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions? Okay, thanks. Next testifier.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Genrick. My wife and I live at 4855 Glen Eagle Court.
Can you point that out on that map?
Yeah. Right here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We moved there in 2025. We were one of the first 6 people that built our townhome. What was it? Have you been dealing with me for that long? So we were one of the first 6 people that moved into that neighborhood, and it's been built out to 48. I was a president for 9 years, so I do have a little experience in dealing with our homeowners, dealing with the water problems. I was also the author of the document that you folks received probably earlier this week, showing pictures and water problems and our concerns that we've been dealing with for the last 25 years. I would like to ask our homeowners to stand that are here, that represent us. Thank you. I know you've had a chance to read that document because I've heard some of the testimony already from you folks today. But it's, you know, we've been dealing with change on this golf course throughout this whole process, and it got to the point now where this is the last hole that's behind us, and it's going to be gone. And it's probably inevitable that's going to happen, but we're trying to figure out ways to make it better. I would also point out that we don't know, what I heard today was on this portion right here, all of this, that's currently a golf hole. I don't know if that's going to stay a golf hole or not. Nobody said it's not. Nobody said it's going to go away. Nobody said anything about that, but it's part of today's planning session, and I don't understand why that part wasn't addressed. One frustrating part of these proposed changes is the way it's happened over the years. The golf course was built, and landowners eventually started adding lots on the course at premium prices. Then the golf course owners started taking golf holes away from our view to add more lots at a premium price and their financial gain. Now the final nail goes in the coffin as golf course owners plan to take the last hole from us to sell more lots. One of our town homeowners calls it cannibalizing the golf course for a profit at the expense of the homeowners. The proposal includes 3 chip and putt holes as a benefit for us. I'm not sure we've all agreed in our neighborhood if that's something that we want or not. But I will tell you that just last week or 2 weeks ago, I got a notice from the city that the value of my lot was going from $86,300 to $143,750 because I back up to a golf course. So I've already filed my protest and actually got a time set up to review that, because if that hole goes away, I don't live on a golf course anymore. So questions remain about the proposed pitch and putt holes, as who can play, who pays for the holes, who mows. So we need something in writing regarding guidelines around the pitch and putt if that happens. We're also asking for a berm to be built between our property and new lots with vegetation and trees planted to our choosing. We talked about a fence, we talked about the cart path, and that cart path has to be there, because to get from number 4 hole to what will be the number 5 hole is 2/10 of a mile. It's over 1,000 feet. And we've lived by these cart paths for a long time, so we know the shenanigans and stuff that go on from the golfers out there. But I will say that we'd really like to hear from the watershed department. We'd like to work with them, and because this is a huge problem. You saw pictures, and they don't go away. Pictures tell the story. I've got one here. They were talking about what's the layout of this land. Here's a picture of the layout of the land. And the lots that are going to be developed are all along in here. And you can see right now there's a lot of grasses. Here's another one. And then to the right of that, and I don't show that, and I'm sorry I didn't bring that picture, but that's where the golf course is. But if you noticed in the write-up that I sent you, when Guy Lamley put that hole 5 behind our house, he did not put a sprinkler head in the fairway because of the water issues. So when he was building out the green and the tee box, he was watering them to the point where I finally had to say, Guy, you need to quit watering these because we've got water down in our backyards, and it shows that.
5 minutes.
So, thank you. Any questions for me?
Yeah.
Can you point out on the map that's on the screen how the water drains behind your houses?
You bet. It starts right here. So we get water runoff from all of this area, and it goes all the way around, and it comes all the way around here, and it mitigates out this direction. When our area was developed, Sam Manzito he got complaints from the acreages to the west of us, and they said, we don't want all your water on our land. So he actually built a swale on the west side of
of this area right here. The swell starts about right here and goes all the way down here, and you saw pictures of all the water that gets into that swale. And that's before these 4 lots get added. And somebody mentioned earlier about adding rooftops, adding concrete, adding sidewalks. That's just going to exacerbate and increase the flow of the water coming our way. This house right here, has had to put sandbags out by their patio because the water is coming up into their family room. So we're trying to prevent future problems. Anything else, Dick?
That helps.
All right,
Okay.
any other questions?
Yeah, there's no other way for it to go. It all goes out this way and it gets mitigated down here at a holding pond. And all of this stuff is built on a hill and it's all gonna come our way. There's nothing that goes this way. I don't know where that came from. It's all going that way. So we're waiting to hear from the watershed department to see what they say before we can really do much more with this project, because maybe berms will help, but anyway, we still would look at berms anyway, so we don't have to look at some of the potential issues out there. So I want to thank you for your time, listening to our concerns, reading about our concerns. And any other questions, feel free to ask.
I do.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Did you say that you have water problems even when it's not raining, just because of the watering of the course?
Well, no, it's not the watering of the course. It's our water. But we had water problems when Guy Lamley was building the course, when he was putting the greens in and the tee boxes. He was watering to get the grass going, and that water was coming down into our land. And I show pictures of some ruts back there because they couldn't get the mowers through there. But I will tell you that even today we've got standing water in our backyards. So we have mosquitoes back there. I've got one gentleman that's here right now. If you see, there's a picture with red flags out there. He won't let him mow in there because the mowers can't get through there. So he bought a hand mower and he hand mows that area himself. So that problem's not going to go away if all of that water comes our way with these 4 new houses. So we'd like to work with the city on the water mitigation issue and get involved in that process. Don't know how we do that, but we'd like to be able to get involved in that.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
All right, do we have additional testimony?
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Elfreen, and my wife and I live at 4901 Glen Eagle Court. I can show you that'll be this house right here. We back up to hole number 5, and which will be lot 9. I've been on the board of Highmark Estates Townhomes, Inc. the past 8 years. I've been president the last 6.5 years. I believe Jacob has showed you a picture of our sign in front.
Flip it the other way, please. Thank you.
And that says Golfview Townhomes, as you can read. This, as Jerry mentioned, he's one of the first owners, as well as I have another neighbor here that's they were also built in 2000. We are an association of 48 townhomes. The first being built, as I said, in 2000. Most of these were completed by 2006. There were 2 more, I think, that were added in 2014. Upon completion of the 48, 21 of the units backed up to the golf course and had a golf course view. Unfortunately, for the owners that built here originally that were enticed to move here and buy these lots, they were told they would always have a golf course view. None of them can prove that in writing, so that's on us. It's our problem. But when Newmark began to redevelop their golf course in 2017. They tore down their clubhouse, revamped the layout, At that time, we lost 2 townhomes that had golf course views. With this addition here and your special permit application here to amend the community unit plan, we will lose another 16. So that'll be 18. The other 3 that are left are on the proposed hole 4 that Tim referred to. They back up here. And my question, as well as Jerry's, was why is this in the plan if it's not going away? I believe it probably will. So basically, we're going to be, our association has lost all its golf course views. As an association, our valuations in 2024 were $21.4 million. We were taxed at $279,322. Our valuation for 25 is over $24 million. The golf course lots, mine 6 years ago was valued at $60,000. Today it's $143,750 because we back up to a golf course. I'm okay with that. I love the golf course. I don't know if any of you live on a golf course or have ever lived on a golf course, but it's almost like being in a resort 6 months out of the year. Taking away these golf views are going to devalue each lot by approximately $30,000. This is going to be a devaluation to the county of $630,000 a year. Our resale values are going to be less. Newmark has brought a lot of value to our property, and I think we've been good stewards and brought a lot of property that looks good and makes people enjoy what they play when they play out there. One other concern that Jerry has addressed, and major concern, is drainage. Should this application be approved, we request, Mr. Campbell, that Jerry and I be involved in this approval process, because we want some berms built in there, and we want that berm built on Newmark's property next to our property, so they can put their cart path on the north side of the property.
5 minutes.
So, and you brought it up. Yes, I did ask for a concrete path at their meeting on April 29th. And that would be, as Dan said, very hard to do probably.
All right, that's your time.
Okay, so appreciate your time today. Please address our concerns, and we stand in denial of this proposal.
Is there any questions?
What do you want?
Okay.
Any questions?
No, thank you very much. All right, additional testimony? All right, if there's no other testimony, we will move to staff questions. All right, who would like to start? I have a question for Jay. Go ahead.
Jerry, but how long would it take to get the drainage information to us?
That's a question I'll probably defer to the applicant. Yeah. He said by Monday.
Okay. So it comes from the applicant, not from the city.
They'll need to submit the drainage to then be reviewed by watershed management.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
And we do have somebody from Watershed here.
Yes, we do
right?
have someone from
Yeah.
Watershed.
Dick, would you like to, do you have questions about the
Clark Anderson is going to initiate a request for a water study to then have them review it. That will give me more information to make a proper decision on this. There's already problems, and so it might be able to solve more than just adding
Okay,
the
we
night.
we can talk to the applicant about that process then, okay? Other questions for Jacob?
Have you had a chance to talk with LTU about additional signage and those types of requests that has come out of that documentation?
No, I haven't. I received the letter from the citizen who submitted about the speed issue just in the last day or two. So I haven't spoken with anyone from LTU about that.
Item.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yeah.
One other
Some
thing.
of those are existing issues outside of this particular application.
Correct.
Right.
One other thing I just wanted to clarify, because there were some questions in the testimony. The reason that this area here is
Thank
being
you.
shown in the north there is simply because the outlined area here is two lots, Outlot A and Outlot C. And so for the notification purposes, we are showing all of the affected lots or all the affected parcels. So because the shape of this is kind of unusual, it's hard to see here, but it runs over here.
Oh.
And so in order to properly notify that this portion of the lot is being changed, we're showing the entire parcel.
That makes more sense than why it would be
Mhm.
concern right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
Thank you, that's
so this
helpful.
portion is not part of the actual application over here. It's included, but it's not something that's being changed, is what I should say.
Got it, okay.
So then on that note, if the developer wanted to add additional lots in that area, that would require another amendment.
Correct. That would require another amendment in the future.
Got it, okay. Right, and our focus is just that.
Right.
Looks like Florida, maybe.
Yeah.
Looking from a distance.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Steve Henderson, the Planning Department, just process-wise, so if you are looking, it's a grading and drainage plan. That's one of the sheets. There's an existing sheet. That sheet needed to be amended. If Tim can submit it on Monday, then we have a lot of other applications in process. So Mike Mendorf with Watershed needs at least a week or so to be able to review it and then make some comments. So we would be pressed to get those comments by next Planning Commission meeting in 2 weeks, but it's possible. I would just note then that if you also want the adjacent property owners to be able to review those comments and then ask questions, et cetera, it would really be more appropriate that would be more than 2 weeks. That would be more appropriate for 4 weeks. That way Mike could review it, Tim could get it submitted, Mike would review it, and then the public would also have a chance to review it before you have your continued public hearing on that matter. I think having it just delayed 2 weeks would be too tight for everyone to have a chance to look at it.
Okay, we will also speak to the applicant about that.
Yes, no,
but
I just
yes,
wanted to
thank you.
provide
Okay, yep.
the timeline
Yeah, thank you, I
for
appreciate
staff,
that.
as well as the applicant would want to be able to review the comments as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more question then for you, Steve, is would it be appropriate for us to ask for another neighborhood meeting? Is that something that we could?
That is something you could suggest, but not as a condition or recommendation, no.
No problem. That's what I
Right.
was wondering, procedure.
Asking for additional information such as a grading and plan, which is something typically is submitted with the application, but in this case, as Tim Gergen noted, there's not a lot of changes that are going to be made. That's why we thought it was appropriate that it could be delayed. But if you want that additional information, that is certainly a condition that would be appropriate because that information was not provided.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions for staff? Just in case, I want to make
Just
sure
in
before you
case.
set
Okay,
it down.
double
All right.
check.
I think we're okay for now. Thank you so much. All right, applicant rebuttal.
For the traffic calming on Highmark Lane. The street has been turned over, so it was a development built the street, but it's been turned over to LTU. Developer would have no issues with whatever decided by LTU for any traffic calming on Highmark Lane. That would be more of a city HOA, and it sounds like the HOA has already started that conversation, and that sounds like that's the best method to happen through here, and would not be part of this application for 9 lots. I do know that conflict points, we call them conflict points, crosswalks, intersections, driveways, create traffic calming to begin with. So when you see a street with nothing built on it, you drive faster on it. You see a street with multiple cars parked on the street, you kind of start, those are conflict points. You start driving slower. You see more driveways on this street, which we're going to create more driveways on the street with 9 lots. You're going to create more conflict points and more traffic calming on that end. So that these 9 lots would help traffic on that end through there. Jacob, did you? Yeah. Hold up. Perfect. So, so that swale is most likely kind of centered on, it looks like the little bit of a townhome property line and a little bit of golf course property line. You can kind of see that that swale is right through here. And so we have townhome property development going to it as well as golf course. Our development, any proposal for 9 lots would restrict going to that, and we'd have to drain elsewhere on that and not increase that swale through there or mitigate on that purposes. So we will develop a grading and drainage plan. Like I said, take that the rest of this week to do that and submit that to LTU, Mike, and for their review. And we have no problem delaying to have that further reviewed and further discussed. I will indicate that we did have a neighborhood meeting. We had a good turnout, Jacob can attest to. He was in attendance at April 29th. We did have a little bit of consensus from the neighbors, whether they wanted amenity golf holes, whether they wanted open space, whether they wanted trees, what they wanted. For us as a development, it's not part of our CUP application. Like Steve, our planning department said, the golf course is not part of what we're applying for. However, it was our indication back to the neighborhood is you tell us what we want and we will put it there. We made space there to accommodate. There's existing golf greens. Those are expensive to build, expensive to maintain as well. But we made the offer to keep the golf hole, to keep a chip and putt, or to remove it altogether and just make it open green space, or to make it whatever the neighbors want through there. So it's our commitment to keep that open space through there and to do that. We just did not have clear consensus from the neighborhood when we had our neighborhood meeting, nor have we had any really input back from that neighbor meeting. I know there was an opposition from legal counsel about delaying this for further input. We haven't had input since April 29th when we had the neighborhood meeting. So whether we delay any further, I'm okay. But you know, with a small delay to review the drainage concerns. But if we can get consensus from a neighborhood, that's the hard part. That's always the hard part from the neighborhoods, reaching a consensus on that. And if we can have a quick delay and what the neighbors want in that background, other than, you know, nothing, we're just going to agree to disagree, then I would relay back to the Planning Commission's commitment for the comprehensive plan to create nice, efficient infill property on streets that have public infrastructure already in place for them. And I guess I'd open up to questions from here.
Questions?
On the cart path discussion.
Yeah.
The cart paths are basically there now, or did they move? based on what we drove through and saw.
I might have the owner come here. I am a lousy golfer.
If you see
It looks like it.
if you
Yeah.
look on like the map, they're already there, and they're like
Back to the
underneath.
computer.
Yeah.
Looks like they probably come down.
I just don't know whether they're concrete or asphalt. I know the golf courses intermix in between concrete and asphalt.
Right, and we try
As
to
the
stay off
applicant,
of
you are,
private.
you can come up
Or
and.
limestone.
Yeah.
I don't know if I go up or if I go from back there.
Fine, come on up.
The current cart path that's in use today is asphalt, or not asphalt, crushed rock.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Do you want me to point that out on the map?
Nope, we're
Okay.
good there. And then, from when you're looking at that, drainage, can you also look at what we can do as we move those cart paths for where the new lots will be?
Yep.
That would be awesome if you could do that too. That'll address some of those questions. And that would be the only cross-traffic, in my mind, and obviously, other commissioners have other opinions, but that where we might look at any cross-traffic changes.
Yep.
But right now, it looks like you'll keep them crossing the same location
Right.
of the road.
Yeah, so
Right?
this
There's
cart
curb
path.
cuts there.
It just changes
already.
where the lots will be.
Right. These two on the street will stay the same, but this will get pushed back out along here for the 4 lots.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
All right, additional questions for the applicant? And so you're saying you're okay with a short delay,
Short delay, yes.
4 weeks? Just staff was saying they were concerned about 2 being potentially not enough time, but I want to ask.
Do we have any vacations in there, Steve, on that? 4 weeks would be 4 weeks?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have to say how long?
And would you be willing to, during that 4 weeks, have another meeting? Maybe the homeowner associations that are affected could get together and have a consensus for you, what they want, whether they want pitch and putt or trees, and would you be willing to have another meeting?
We can have a meeting or just if they have if they're organized, they can just send us their input and we can go from there on that end. The owners are at the clubhouse.
Right.
in the neighborhoods. And they're
Right,
not,
and again, to the point earlier, we can't dictate that.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just asking if they would be willing.
I mean, we can definitely also offer space in the clubhouse for them to meet, because they might not want us there.
Got it.
Might be better if we're not there.
I don't know.
All right. Additional questions? Okay. All right.
Okay.
And thank you for, looking at that comp plan and
Yeah.
trying to help find ways to do that. Appreciate that.
I would move that we close the public
Nope.
hearing.
Nope. We're deferring, we're
Oh, yeah,
deferring
yeah.
this, so we're not going to close
I
the
would
public
move that
hearing.
we defer for 4 weeks and close the public hearing at that time,
Yeah, after.
after
additional
we've had the meeting.
Wait,
Wait,
wait.
So just to clarify.
Clarify.
So it's deferring it for 4 weeks, leaving the public hearing
Open.
Yes.
So for new information that might be provided as a
Correct.
result of the grading plan that is submitted.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you.
And I would like to see,
Wait, we have to.
yeah,
What your
okay.
motion is,
to defer and,
4
and keep the public hearing open for 4 weeks.
yes, and so we're going to go ahead and get a second, and then we can discuss.
Second, Christy Joy.
Okay, now,
My concern is there's already water problems along there. And if anything can be done with the water study that comes up, that will aid not only the existing problems, but the future problems. And in looking at the elevations that Tim showed on that map, it actually goes uphill to what would be the south, and down further it's lower, but up in that area, it's at 74, and the other areas are at 62 or 64, somewhere in that area. So that's a 10-foot increase up in that area. So I'm looking for some ways that they may be creative with that to keep some of that water from going to the north and moving it into that southern area. And secondly, then, what might be done grading-wise with that swale to keep that water back away from the patios of the existing homes. Then the second thing is I'm looking to see if the developer is willing to compromise on the paths and make them asphalt that would go through there to eliminate any erosion that may be happening with the gravel paths that would have more water going across them from those residents. And for the residential associations to get together and either have communication themselves once this information comes out, or and put their ideas together to present to us, or to the planning department and the developer, so that maybe we can see a little meshing of ideas to make things better and all over. So that's the main reason.
Thank you. All right, additional discussion? I think we'll discuss the actual plan when we get to that point. But I think at this point, just for the 4 weeks, you want to go ahead and call the vote, please.
Campbell.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Ebert.
Yes.
Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Ryman Yost. Yes. Motion carried 6-0. Next item on the agenda is change of zone 24020 from AG Agricultural District to H3 Highway Commercial on property generally located at 91st Street and Nebraska Parkway. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these applications?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
Also no.
Steve Hendrickson, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street, filling in for Steve Dush, who is ill today. So you're getting stuck with the other Steve on this one. So this application is for a change of zone, and we've got quite a lot of information here to present because there's actually quite a bit of history. So I think I will probably, for sure, take longer than 5 minutes to try to give you all the background information. And I think it's actually quite warranted that when the applicant comes up, they have a lot of information because a lot of steps have occurred before this item got to you today. So I think it's probably going to take longer for them as well. But the basics of this application, and I'll go to the staff report here to start with for the graphics. We're basically on the south side of Nebraska Parkway, east of 91st Street, which is where Yankee Hill Road bends and comes up to 91st Street. The particular change of zone area is shown in blue. It is a property owned by the Renslers. And this gives you a little bit of a view in terms of how this property sits. The Planning Department is recommending denial of this change of zone from AG to H3 because our comprehensive plan, one of the primary and most important goals of this is that commercial development, urban residential development, industrial development occur inside the city limits of Lincoln or the other incorporated communities in Lancaster County. And really the whole way our county of over 800 acres has developed is that all of that urban type of development has occurred inside of those communities, and that has helped keep Lincoln strong, Waverly strong, Hickman, Bennett, that the primary amount of development occurs within that, so it supports the tax base, and it is also really quite also part of just simply competitiveness in that when you approve commercial development inside the city, it has to pay the property taxes, the wheel taxes, the impact fees, but if you then go and approve competing development outside of the city limits, looking at the bigger picture here, all that development then would not have the fees that occur when you're inside the city. So when you're inside the city, you're asking developers to make that commitment to be within the city and pay that. But then if you go in and start approving development outside of the city, you're only defeating not only your tax base, but you're not disadvantaging your own developers who have come in and followed the rules. Now that said, I'm talking about the big picture. Then talking about the specifics of this proposal, one, I'd like to make it clear the applicant has done a tremendous amount of job of work to try to get inside of the city limits. So we cannot fault them for not going the extra mile, waiting many, many months, working with the planning department, working with the Cheney SID to try to get this property released from the Cheney SID so it could be annexed. And I'll discuss a little bit more of the annexation part of it. But let's discuss what is appropriate at this location. So setting aside, is it inside the city limits or not? As this map shows, the property in blue is currently zoned AG agricultural. To the north is the large Appian Way B5 commercial center where you have Menards, you have Sam's, you have everything else. You have B2 that is undeveloped across the across Nebraska Parkway. It's actually been purchased by a church, so it looks like it might end up with a church, but it is zoned B2. It is available for commercial development and is clearly not going to be used in a residential use. On the south side of Nebraska Parkway, on the other side of 91st Street, is a mix of H and B zone, B5 zoning. You have hotels, you have Tractor Supply, etc. And then to the south in Cheney itself, you have H3 zoning that is currently undeveloped and I1 zoning. And if I'll switch over here to the viewer, if you look at Cheney as a whole, it is a mix of, and Cheney as a whole, I should note, it is a unincorporated community. So it is within the city's 3-mile zoning jurisdiction, and since it is unincorporated, it falls within the city of Lincoln in terms of the zoning regulations, even though it's outside of the city limits. And so it is a mix of some commercial and industrial uses that have been there since pre-1979 when this zoning came in place. You had an old grain elevator down here along Bregan Road that is now in commercial use. It's got a line of little commercial garages and sheds that you can purchase. There is some H3 zoning that at one point I think had a fruit stand on it, but now has self-storage and a commercial use on it. You also have 2 change of zones that have been approved by the Lincoln City Council that are outside of the city limits. So the self-storage facility that is over here. In this street, you might have residents refer to it as First Street. It is First Street in Cheney. It aligns with Yankee Hill Road. So if you hear First Street, it is references to First Street. First Street has a lot of residential uses on it. It is an unimproved street. And the concern has been with having commercial development in this area of increasing traffic on that unimproved street that has residential zoning primarily along it, but does have an existing H3 rezoning that was approved. This is also Athey Painting, which is a long-time non-conforming use. It is in residential and AG zoning. You also have a non-conforming use that has been there for several decades on the south side of First Street. And then most recently, we had a change of zone in which we recommended denial because it was outside of the city limits to the south. And that particular plan was approved by the city council with a zoning agreement that calls for this street here, which is a little difficult to describe what its name is, because you have the old 91st Street coming up from the south, but you have the new 91st Street. And this was actually a mix. At one time, the street did go through, but when the whole Yankee Hill Road was bent for 91st Street to come up, you had this new connection street developed. So this cul-de-sac is really a result of the old 91st Street. So with this development here, one of the requirements is that the street extend to make this a T intersection, so that if this property were going to develop, it would have be next to a T intersection, so that this cul-de-sac, which really only serves the Rentschler property, and so there's really no other purpose, could be vacated. Now, part of the story of, and I don't mean to steal too much of the applicant's testimony, but I think it's important as part of the whole background here, is that they also worked diligently over the last number of months to get this cul-de-sac vacated. And there's actually an application turned in to vacate that cul-de-sac so that it could be part of a larger development. Because I should note, in all fairness in terms of disclosure, the city of Lincoln actually owns leftover land on the south side. But this is the city of Lincoln's view, and the planning department's view has really nothing to do with the fact that the city of Lincoln owns land on the other side. So we supported that vacation, but that vacation, since it is outside of the city limits, needs to go before the county board. And there's a whole nother story about that vacation, but just wanted to make you aware that that vacation was submitted, it went to the county board, and is now on hold for a whole series of other matters. But so back to what would it take for this to be annexed and brought into the city limits? Because again, all of Cheney is outside of the city limits. Well, across Nebraska Parkway, over at 98th Street, this property over here was previously AG zoning, and it was rezoned to H3 and annexed into the city limits because the Cheney Sewer Improvement District, Sanitary Improvement District, which provides sewer service to all of Cheney, plus it provides service to some acreage lots east of 98th Street. The Cheney SID voted to release this property from the SID because the city of Lincoln, through state statutes, cannot annex property that is in an SID unless it has been released by that SID. The SID on this property did vote to release it, and so we were able to annex it. Over here then, on this property, their application went to the Cheney SID to have that property released. And then before that was acted upon in May by the Cheney SID, the planning department started to provide information to the Cheney SID board members about how they might set up a structure to look at if they want to release property or not, and what is an appropriate fee to establish. And what we were looking at what we were using was a agreement that we have with Lancaster Rural Water District number 1, which is if you pay this preset fee, you are then released by the Rural Water District number 1, which is also, this property is in the Rural Water District number 1, but since there's a set agreement between the Rural Water District number 1 and the city, they could go to the Rural Water District, pay the fee that is set. It has an inflation factor that allows it to go up each year, pay that fee, and they would be released by Rural Water District number 1. So that's one thing, because you also have to get released by the Rural Water District. And at any time, feel free to stop and interrupt me because I'm covering a lot of the information here. Okay, so they could get released by the Rural Water District number 1 because there's an agreement. But there is no such automatic mechanism with the Cheney SID. And the Rural Water District, which covers dozens and dozens of miles, is a very large district. The Cheney SID is a very small SID. It covers just Cheney, and I think there's somewhere around 8 or 9 lots on the east side. So on the Cheney SID board members, looking at it from their viewpoint, their concern was that the more properties that are released, the less people they have supporting their SID, and they worry about the viability of their SID. Again, their sole purpose is just to handle the sewer service. So we provided some information about how they might set up a fee that is appropriate, provide them with some funds to help make up for the loss of the revenue of this one property, and certainly probably other properties. If this one got released and it got rezoned, other properties north of First Street that would be between these now 2 H3 zoning properties and this H3 zoning over toward 98th Street, their concern is that other properties in between would also be coming in and ask for commercial zoning. I should note in the comprehensive plan, none of this property that is AG is shown for commercial development because it is outside of the city limits, and our sewer system by gravity cannot serve the majority of Cheney. It could actually, our sewer system by gravity could serve the property in question. And we have a water main that is sitting immediately adjacent to this property, right at the intersection of 91st and Nebraska Parkway. So it is appropriate that we could annex this property and we could provide it with city services, but it must be released by the Cheney SID. And we took months to try to work with them, and the applicant did as well. And they voted at their meeting 3-1 to not release this property. A specific dollar amount was proposed. One of the SID board members said if it was larger, he might consider it. They only meet quarterly, so they will not be meeting again until August. So again, when you look at this particular property, given its location with so much commercial zoning around it, from our review of it, while it is not shown as commercial in the comprehensive plan, it certainly is a lot of factors that would show this is a very difficult property to think that it would continue to remain in residential use at the intersection of two major streets with so much commercial development around it. However, we still think it is appropriate that before it is annexed, or before it is rezoned, it should be annexed. Though, as I have pointed out, a lot of effort has gone into that. It has not been successful to this point, and it is uncertain if it would be successful if it waited until August or so. And I would note, the street and alley vacation has been in process and discussed with the city for well over 2 years. There's a whole series of issues that go with that, because we're also trying to get a trail easement so that we can, the trail that right now goes along the south side of Yankee Hill and 91st Street could go under Nebraska Parkway at some time, because it's also the route kids use to get to school and the YMCA on the south side of Nebraska Parkway, which is, while it is no longer Highway 2, it is still a high-speed 4-lane street as it's coming into Lincoln. So that is the full explanation. I hope I probably have left some things out, but trying to summarize it, why we have recommended denial, though our staff report certainly recognizes the circumstances are appropriate at some point in the future that we think that this would be for commercial use. I'd be happy to answer any questions, even though I've taken up a lot of the time.
All right, we have, we'll start with Brett and we'll go around.
Just to clarify, was 8230 released by the SID? I missed that.
8230 is not released by the Cheney SID and it still sits outside the city limits. Okay. So the city council approved that change of zone to H3 even though it was outside of the city council. Since that time, it hasn't been developed. It's been a number of years since that change of zone occurred. Part of what I can tell you just from people who have inquired about this area is that they often want to have city services because the rural water district does not provide the type of water service for like a sprinkler system. So if you're looking to put a hotel or some use that requires a sprinkler system, it's a challenge to do that off of if you're rural water or a well. So many uses have said, oh, we'd really like to have city water and sewer, and we've had to explain, well, even this H3 zoning property, as long as you don't have, a large water user, and if you're doing a contractor yard or something like that, you could certainly locate there without any problem, even though you're outside of the city limits. But no, it has not been released by the Cheney SID. The only one that had been released is on the north side of Nebraska Parkway, west of 98th.
So if I can read between the lines, if the Cheney SID releases this, the city could annex this property and Mr. Rentschler could go forward with the application with your approval.
We would recommend approval at that point because they had been released by Cheney SID and then could be annexed by the city.
Steve, the north side of Nebraska Parkway is annexed into the city to what, 91st or just 98th?
So it's annexed all the way over to 98th. So all of these residential lots west of 98th Street, as well as the little spot of H3 here. So this little spot of H3 is the one that got released from the Cheney SID. All the rest of this property was never in the Cheney SID. The Rentschler's property is really the north edge of it. And part of why the Rentschler property shows up as two assessor parcels, I'll click on them here if my mouse agrees with me. There we go. This property is in the Cheney SID and is owned by the Renchlers. This property is also owned by the Renchlers and is outside of the Cheney SID.
Oh my gosh.
So part of their property could be annexed today and rezoned, but it wouldn't be all of their property.
And that piece to the south east.
Yeah, to the southeast.
No, I'm sorry. The stub with the roundabout.
Yeah. So this property here to the east, I'll get to both. This part of the property is in the Cheney SID. This part of the property is out of the Cheney SID. The City of Lincoln property, this part is out of the SID. This part of the City of Lincoln's remnant property is in the SID. So
All right,
this
now-
is really a corner of the larger SID.
And where the 91st Street is, and that property that Renchlers have attempted to get rid of the roundabout there.
To vacate it, yes.
To vacate it.
It's partly in the SID and it's partly out of the initial boundaries of the SID.
Okay, so repeating what Rich, I just asked you, basically it comes down to the Cheney SID releasing those properties.
Correct. And I should note, at the Cheney SID board meeting, there were multiple property owners in the Cheney SID who were opposed to the commercial development. I think some of them are here today. And so they recommended to the SID board members that they not release the property. And part of their reasoning was because of concern that this would then lead to it being rezoned for commercial use. I would note there's also other legitimate concerns about the financial impact that it has on the Cheney SID. And there's a whole other story there in terms of could the SID as a whole be annexed into the City of Lincoln, and that's
much like the Highlands.
That's not in front of us today. But that was, so it wasn't just solely that one issue, but that one issue would this lead to it being commercially zoned. That was one of the issues that was brought up by residents, and I think that did influence some of the Cheney SID board members.
Okay.
Question?
Yes?
How many of the actual properties could be served by the City of Lincoln from a water and gravity standpoint?
Right. We think there's at least a dozen properties, almost all of them north of First Street, that we think we could serve by gravity. Brian Kramer in this LTU wastewater took a quick look at it. That would include some of these acreages on the west side. He thought by gravity, this kind of northern end of Cheney could be served. And so that would be a dozen or so properties. And then, quite frankly, the properties that we'd be most interested in redeveloping and having commercial use. And if that street that I mentioned does get extended across the property to the south, that is owned by Chance Henshaw, I should note out in case that is mentioned. If that street was continued, that could be potential access for additional commercial development to the east of it, so that you would have access that wouldn't use First Street to come and go, and instead could use this other street to come and go out to Yankee Hill Road.
All right. Any additional questions at this point? Okay. Thank you very much.
And I'm now just going to switch it over. This is the hearing exhibits that were submitted by the applicant, and I think they were sent to you as a PDF earlier today.
Oh, wait, sorry. we have
One
another
last question. Could, if all things come into line, does it make any sense to do half of the property, or the separate properties?
That's a question for the applicant.
Okay,
Would they
that was
rather
my
have
question. Okay.
half of their request rather than all of their request?
Got it.
I would note it'd be challenging to develop. I suppose if you came in commercially develop it and you got everything annexed, everything rezoned, you could put your building on the north end, which is inside the city limits and has the water and sewer service, and your parking lot would be outside of the city limits to the south. Not the favorite of Lincoln Fire and Rescue and the Lincoln Police Department to have a lot that split. So there's some downsides to it as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, testimony from the applicant.
Good afternoon. It's still afternoon. Anyway. Good afternoon. My name is Ann Post. I'm an attorney with Rumboldt Ludke Law Firm. I'm here today on behalf of Bill and Kathleen Rentschler. With me is Rachel Rentschler and Emily Pickerel, their daughters, who have been working with me closely throughout this process. And we're here today in support of this request for a change of zone. And if you would believe it, that was the condensed version of this request for change of zone. And while we absolutely acknowledge that the planning department felt an obligation to recommend denial, we also know that the annexation policy in Lincoln's comprehensive plan says that in most cases, annexations should precede urban zoning. And what I'm here to tell you today, and what has already been extensively explained, is that this is not most cases. And so with that, first, I do have hard copies of the exhibits. I will provide those. I think that you have, we both have them up on the screen, and you already have an electronic copy, which is helpful because my printer was tired. So I appreciate that, but I would appreciate, could we acknowledge that those are received and accepted?
Oh, it's still warm.
Thank you.
It's still warm. Thank you.
Definitely really hot outside.
Chairman, if we could acknowledge that those are received and accepted, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, and they were, yeah, we did receive, and everything will be included as a part of the records. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so with that, I'll start by first giving an introduction overview of the property. I'll try to not repeat too much of what Mr. Hendrickson said, and then proceed to an overview of the policy that led to the recommendation, the reasons behind it, and why those reasons just don't fit in this scenario. So as stated, this property is owned by Bill and Kathleen Rentschler. They purchased it, I believe, over 30 years ago. They have lived on it as a single-family acreage. They raised their family there. And when they purchased it, it was a much more rural area. Today, they've lived there many years. They're facing life changes that are going to require that they make some life changes with their property. They no longer can maintain the size of house, and particularly the yard. This is a large yard, and also, as was noted, this is right next to county right-of-way, which Bill has actually maintained for decades. But health issues are no longer going to let him be able to keep up with that yard maintenance. So it's time to make a change. As they were looking at making that change, the question was, what is the best use, and how could they actually position this property to let them make that change? So as we look at this property today, as was noted, this is ag zoning. It's just over 2.5 acres. That makes it small for most traditional agricultural uses. It was noted that its surrounding uses, and I believe, yes, we're up here. Its surrounding uses are largely commercial. We have, as well, we noted we've got the Andermatt development. We've got Tractor Supply right across the street, along with commercial zoning and industrial zoning south of this property, with commercial here and industrial. Well, actually, I believe, here's our map to show those commercial and industrial uses. And in fact, as was touched on, but I wanted to expand on, that several of those commercial uses are in fact outside city limits. We have this area zoned H3 outside city limits. We have Spanel Motors zoned I1 outside city limits. We even have this mini storage area that is zoned commercial and outside city limits. To add to the flavor of the community, right here we have, and I think it's Athey Painting. I know I'll get corrected if I pronounce that wrong, so outside city limits. And so all of this is outside city limits, and it contributes to the character of the property today, and what we look at, when we look at what is the next viable use for this property. More than that, I wanted to note the transportation infrastructure available to this property. What you're looking at here is a map. This is the access management policy. For this property, this is green is showing the minor arterials, red are major arterials. We have this nice, I think that's yellow line that's showing freeways. So this is a little easier to see, actually shows that this property takes access from a minor arterial. It's surrounded by major arterials and freeway, which make this ideal factors for a commercial property. Right? When that's residential, for residential uses, that means that it's loud and scary, or loud and dangerous. For commercial uses, that means great access and fantastic frontage, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's where, and actually, if we're looking at transportation infrastructure as a whole, I wanted to note this map you're looking at is the trails map. You see that there's actually a trail that currently serves this property. In addition, this map that we're looking at is bus routes. There's actually a bus route that also serves this property. So when we're looking at the character of the property and if commercial zoning is appropriate, the transportation infrastructure is already in place to serve this property. So it's combined, it's these factors combined that really limit the potential of this property to be used for any agriculture or residential use, but give it, position it ideally for commercial use, which is why this application is in front of you. So the reason, so let's go back then to the policy and why there's a recommendation of denial. As Mr. Hendrickson said, there is, first I would argue that the strictest policy is that utilities aren't provided outside city limits.
Say that again.
Utilities are provided, sorry, utilities are not provided outside city limits.
Right.
If there was any chance to provide utilities outside city limits, I can think of at least 3 phone calls I would make immediately. Mm-hmm. And so, but utilities and zoning do go hand in hand. And so that's where we've identified 3 main reasons why is generally recommended that there is not urban zoning outside city limits. That is utilities, provision of utilities outside city limits. That is our impact on infrastructure to allow urban zoning outside city limits. And finally, that issue of avoidance of city taxes. And so I want to go ahead, I want to unpack those. So first, the issue is utilities. As was noted, to receive city water and city sewer, we need to be inside city limits. As was noted, we have made tremendous efforts to achieve that, but we've accepted that if this zoning application is approved, if and when it's approved, that this will not be served with city water or city sewer until the time that it can actually be annexed into the city of Lincoln. Fortunately, the Cheney SID does have capacity. As was noted, I think it was in the early 2000s that the Cheney SID had issues with capacity, where their lagoon system didn't have the capacity to serve their current needs. After contact from NDEE, or its then NDEQ, I think it was at that point, the Cheney SID received a low-interest loan to be able to help rebuild and resize that SID to serve the Cheney SID. So that's where today then, the issue that the Cheney SID is facing is actually having enough users to support that expanded capacity with in their lagoon and in their sewer system. And so that's where there is the capacity to serve this property, that this sewer service shouldn't be an issue. Water will be a limiting factor, as was noted. We wish it weren't, but it was, and we've accepted that with this application. So that's to talk about utilities. Next is the impact on infrastructure. Obviously, I've already overemphasized this point, but there is urban infrastructure already in place to serve this property. Now, this would be a different question if we were proposing a retail strip mall in the middle of the country, where there would be gravel roads and there wasn't street lights or adequate stop signs. You would have traffic congestion, you would have dust, and infrastructure that just doesn't serve that use. None of that is the case in this scenario. We have arterial streets surrounding this property, we have bus routes, we have bike trails to serve this property. The infrastructure is there to serve this property. And finally is the question of avoidance of fees. The idea that if zoning were allowed outside city limits, that bad actors maybe would take advantage of that to be able to avoid certain city fees and to avoid paying for the infrastructure that's going to support this use. This applicant has done more than any other applicant I've worked with to attempt to achieve annexation. This is not an attempt to avoid fees. Clearly not an attempt. In most scenarios, when an applicant wants annexed, we go to the city and request annexation, we negotiate an agreement, and that annexation goes right along with the change of zone, as you're all very aware. In this case, it has been a marathon to get to this point. As you'll note in our application letter, we first went in front of the Cheney SID board in August of 2022 to request to be detached. So that was where we had initiated discussions about this change of zone and knew that first we needed to go request to be detached. At that initial meeting, which Mr. Hendrickson was also present at, the Cheney SID voted not to allow detachment, with the main reason being the capacity of that sewer system, that they wanted to ensure that they could continue to spread costs across as many users as possible, also to ensure that they had the users to support that system. And so at that point, it was denied. At that point, we decided to proceed with this application for change of zone, and discussions started about a bike path. There was interest in having, as Mr. Hendrickson mentioned, an underpass or an overpass or some way to cross Highway 2 at this location with a bike path. While we were receptive to working with the city on that. The issue is, as was mentioned, there's a mess of jurisdictions right here. So that led to at least 6 months of conversations between the City of Lincoln, the City of Lincoln Parks Department, the county board, the county engineer's office. NDOT was involved in those conversations as well as the Cheney SID, in an attempt to find a way to accommodate this bike path that both would allow the bike path but wouldn't take too much of the buildable footprint of the Rentschler's property, or even to exchange some of those right-of-way properties or remnant properties for bike path property in a way to really benefit the whole, really be able to bring everybody up. Those negotiations fell apart. We were not able to achieve that. There was a lot of cooperation to try and achieve from different entities. So meanwhile, as we extended our conversations on the bike path, is when the city had conversations with, there was a new SID board, new conversations and receptiveness to actually, we understood there may be receptiveness to actually detaching the property. So we went back again. So we went back to ask the board for the same thing we'd asked for before, but with the understanding that there may be different board members and more receptiveness. But I also want to emphasize that we came back with a proposal. As was mentioned, we came back with a proposal for paying a detachment fee. That fee was equal to 10 years of monthly SID assessments. 10 years, and that was in an attempt to help defray the cost, right? If the objections were a need to spread the cost over different users and also to build up capital reserves for future improvements to that system. We proposed 10 years of fees in order to help defray that cost in the short term, but also help build up those capital reserves for future improvement. So we went back to the Cheney SID with that proposal, and we first brought up the idea at a January meeting to take the temperature of the board to see if there was receptiveness. We were told that there was receptiveness, so we went back and put together a detailed proposal to go in front of the board in April. For that meeting, we put together a flyer that is included in your packet. That flyer is, you can tell I didn't design it because it's so very, it's pretty. And it looks nice, it's pretty. But the flyer was designed to really explain what we were trying to do, to give a to try and simplify a very complicated issue. And also I would note that Rachel Rentschler, who's with us tonight, actually went door to door in Cheney to distribute that flyer, to distribute that flyer. Her personal phone number and email address is on that, so that every resident of Cheney could reach out to us if they had questions, if they had comments, if there's anything that we could discuss to help with this. We had that meeting, and the Cheney SID still recommended denial. Now, part of that is because paying a detachment fee does not solve the issue where you need users on the lagoon. Even with payment of a fee, that issue still exists. Part of that was because, again, the idea that detachment would lead to change. It would lead to this commercial zoning and change, and that it would lead to the commercial zoning and change, and that was a change that some residents didn't want to see. Or we would also argue that the community is already changing around the Rentschler's property. This change of zone request is just reflective of that on the property that's most impacted by the change of the community around it. So for those reasons, denial was recommended. I also wanted to note, at that meeting, it was discussed, the idea was brought up that when the Cheney SID, when the lagoon was redone, that the reason it had to be redone and the reason it was redone to the size of it was because of these properties north of First Street. And so therefore, if there was a detachment fee, it needed to be calculated to pay for a significant amount of the cost of that lagoon, because these properties caused the need to rebuild that lagoon. I can say that that accusation or that allegation was unsupported by any evidence that we've seen, that the fee proposed associated with that was multiples of what we had proposed and was unsupported by any numbers. What we do know was that when the lagoon was redone, it was because the lagoon was not sized to accommodate the then current needs of Cheney. So it needed to be resized for their current needs. It was done with that loan from the NDEE that was paid off through the assessments that were shared equally among all of the owners within Cheney. All right, so all of that history brings us around to the idea that this is not proposed to avoid city fees. If and when annexation becomes possible, I will try and be in next week to ask for annexation. So this is not done to avoid fees. This is not most cases where annexation is possible before urban zoning. So with that, one other thing I wanted to note is that if we look at, let's go back up to our zoning map. It was noted that there is this property that is zoned H3 that was a part of the Cheney SID and was detached. That is absolutely true, but I would also note that the statutory framework for detachment from an SID is different depending on the location of your property. Because this property was isolated from the majority of the Cheney SID, they fall under a different statutory framework where they have a right to demand to be detached. Because our property is not isolated, we can request to be detached. And so that's where, yes, that property was detached and was annexed, but that's because they have a different statutory right to demand to be annexed that we just don't have in the location that we're at today. So finally, to wrap this all up, this property is ideally situated for commercial zoning and commercial development. We acknowledge that it is the city policy that annexation should precede urban zoning in most cases. This is not most cases. In this case, given the facts and circumstances, it is entirely appropriate to approve urban zoning outside city limits. There is, the services are there. There is a precedent with several properties with surrounding commercial uses and commercial zoning. So with that, we ask for your support of this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yes, Rich.
I think Steve mentioned that one of the board members was kind of on the fence and thought maybe that the buyout from the SID would be higher. Were any numbers thrown about? Is that still negotiable?
I would say, so yes. I would say we proposed a number, I believe it's in the flyer, I think it's 33,600 or somewhere close to that. That was based on 10 years of fees. At the meeting, I believe it was a fee of $10,000 per acre was suggested, which is obviously multiples of what we suggested, and there was no basis for that number besides the idea of paying for detachment. And so I would say while there could be room for discussion, we didn't see at that point that there was any immediate ability to achieve consensus on that. I will note that since that hearing, I've talked to the president of the SID. There has been discussion of continuing looking at what a detachment policy would look like, that maybe at some point in the future there would be one. If there is one at the policy, we will be back. A policy ever adopted, we'll be back to the Cheney SID. But at this point, as I've said, we have been working on this since August of 2022. It was time to move this forward. We've had been in front of the Cheney SID 3 times, multiple conversations, made proposals. It was time to move forward.
When is the next quarterly meeting?
That's a great question. It was in April.
Steve said August, but we can get to that when we have testimony. So, yeah.
Commissioner Ebert, was there a question?
Yeah, so just kind of boiling it all down, without getting annexed and without getting released from the SID, how does this change of zone help?
This change of zone helps because then we can put a commercial use on this property. Now, we don't anticipate the ranchlers are going to do that. They're likely going to sell to someone who will do that. But as of now, it's zoned ag. The only thing we can do is farm. Generally, there are exceptions. Mostly farm and keep this as a single-family acreage, which anyone looking for an acreage probably isn't looking for one surrounded by arterial streets on 3 sides.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you or your owner interested in having part of it approved?
That's an intriguing question. I think the problems that we've run into first is, as Mr. Hendrickson stated, that the fire department would have something to say about that. Our emergency services would not like that. We'd have to look at if parking is an allowed primary use of a parcel in the zoning district. I think also our issue is that we can't get access from that part that's within city limits. So access is going to be an issue as well. Also as an issue is a bike path. The proposals for a bike path that were discussed, that I assume will be discussed again whenever annexation is possible, would actually take right through the north side of this property. So that part of the property that could be annexed.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would mean that to build there would also just foreclose any idea of having a bike path there in the future, because it would block that. And so that's where it would be tough. The footprint would be tough. And I know that we would also, we've had significant and extended discussions to try and make a bike path possible in that area, and it would completely foreclose all of those opportunities.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, anyone else at this point? Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we would take testimony in support of this application.
Hello?
So
it's already up there still, so, okay.
Yeah, and you need to, the mics are on either side, so.
All right. Hello, my name's Chance Hanshaw. I am the owner of 8230 South 91st Street there in Cheney. Obviously, you heard my name to the south of the Renchlers. Basically, I'm here definitely to support Bill in his H3 zone. It obviously, everybody said it makes sense. I was born and raised in Cheney since '76, and I know as a little kid, everybody's talked about that whole area. Somebody's going to be commercial. Not to say that to change your mind on anything here, but that has always been said. So anyway, I am going to, develop my property. So just because it's vacant right now, it's going to get developed. Rural water, they're probably going to have me watered by the end of the year. So for that to stay ag residential just doesn't make sense. So that's basically, I guess, where I'm at there. If you have any questions for me.
Questions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Additional testimony in support? Anyone here who wishes to testify in a neutral capacity? Neutral. Oh, okay, then now we'll do testimony in opposition.
Steve, could you put that picture up for the zoning areas?
Sure. That one work?
Yeah, I think that'll do it. I don't have a pen here, but I'll use my finger.
You want me to point out your property or?
No.
Okay.
I want to,
Otherwise, you can use kind of the mouse
okay,
to point to things.
okay. My name's Linda Spawnell. I live at 8440 South 91st Street. I am on 91st Street. We moved in a couple of years before Bill and Kathy moved in, so we are longtime residents too. The first thing I might mention is you're right. This whole area, all different things have happened. On we own the I-1 property. They're on 91st Street at 8400 South 91st Street. We bought that property back in 1992, and we came down here, asked them if we could put a machine shop there. Yes, you can, so we purchased the property. When it came time to put the shop up, we couldn't get a permit. We had to rezone it. Why we had to be I-1 to get, it's still a one-man shop for the last 35 years. So when we talk about all this developing and thing, and our house is right beside it, I wanted to talk about the H3 property, which is, oh wait a minute here, I am not good at tech savvy, I'm sorry. This H3 property right here that is the storage sheds, when they wanted to rezone that, and Steve can attest to this, that we had stipulations that it had to be the storage sheds. It wasn't open for, you know, when we understood storage sheds were going to be there, and it wasn't businesses. It wasn't, you know, like a quick shop or anything else. On the property across the street from Nebraska Parkway, Ann was right. There was no reason not to let Roger let him zone that H3 because he butted up to all city property. So it was practical to let him do that. Well, then you come over to Chance's property, Mr. Hanshaw's property, and we did not want him to do H3, and we did not make an appearance here or at City Council because we were under the understanding that that wouldn't happen. I mean, that's on our part there. So now it sits, I was on the SID board for 15, 20 years, somewhere in there. So I know a lot about how it works with the SID. The SID, when the lagoons overflowed, the NDEE came in and they took over for us and did everything, and then we took out the loans to pay for what it is. How they calculated what we needed, it's way, way too big. So we have 2 lagoons, so we have the very back one totally shut off to just sustain us in Cheney. Well, we are all for Bill and Kathy. You know, whatever they can do, you know, they've lived there all their lives, they've helped with the community, but the Cheney people do not want to see that property developed. We are trying to stop as much as we can, and you can see across the street, we fought with Menards and the Andermatt development. We tried to stop that, we couldn't. But all in all, it's all worked out pretty good. But now you're encroaching inside our boundaries. So we're just trying to stand up and try to stop the development. We have 98 homes in Cheney. I'm sorry, I can't help, the triangle that Steve talked about that would eventually probably be developed into commercial, that's half of Cheney. So if you let that go into development, what happens to all these other homes that are on the other side of the streets? And we have across from this property right here, the H3, we have an open lot that Mark Schmidt owns, and he wishes to develop that into a 55-plus home. But if he's got it mapped out for 22 individual, I don't know if he wants townhouses or what he wants there. Yeah, I'm not sure. But his problem is he can't get water either. He can't get water. We would be totally on board with that because we need the sewage flow for us. And
That's 5 minutes.
We were trying to hope, I'll just take a couple more minutes here. We were trying to hope that we could keep all of it together, the community, till we all got annexed, instead of letting it get pieced out piece by piece. So we disagree. We want to deny this, and we're hoping that you see the same as us. We don't, chances H3 is not going anywhere. I don't think, Steve, could you help me on this? Can Chance build commercial with water from the water district?
Yes, he would have the ability to go ahead. He's got a zoning agreement, so there's some things he needs to get done, including extending the street. But he could move forward with rural water and the Cheney SID
And then
because
would
he has the H
Would
zoning.
he have, I know there's only a 2-inch.
Well, as I had noted, there are certain uses that may not work, but if it's like a contractor yard, they just need a bathroom and a place to wash
so
up.
and that would be
That
fine.
doesn't, that kind of
certain
a
time.
use wouldn't require much
We
water.
just weren't in high volume. You can only take a left-hand turn now out of Cheney since the development of Yankee Hill. The agreement was Tractor Supply's driveway would be closed, but it still remains open, so you have constant U-turns there for that too. It's like he said, this is a very unusual situation where we're at right here, but we do not want to see it develop. Thank you. Where was the 55? Do you have any questions?
One of these lots above. All right, next testimony.
Yes, I've been here before. I'm Lonnie Yathy with Yathy.
One of the microphones are either on the side.
Okay, and I don't know how to run this here, Cred.
You don't need to run
I'm
it, I just need
78
you to
years
be at the
young, so
microphone.
I'm a little past this. My son should have been here. But anyway, I'm against it. Even though it would help me in a way, I fought for it there. I'm on, mine is 9410 Yankee Hill Road. I burnt clear down. And when I went to build back, they wouldn't let me build. You folks wouldn't let me build. I spent many a dollar on attorneys getting a special use permit to build back my building there. Spent a ton of money. And I still am agriculture and deal with a special use permit. But the only thing on this other bill, I know it's good for him. He's an old man like me. But it's money is all. He could sell that today if he wanted to sell it for what it's worth. But he'll get over 10 to 15 times that if he gets a commercial. And that's the bottom line of all this stuff that's been stringing it. It's mainly the dollar is what it is. And I've been in business, like I said, for 54 years. I spent a lot of money to even be able to have my shop built back again. Took me a year working out of another little shop with my guys and stuff. And we don't do any harm to it. We pay good for our water and our deal. I don't like the water it has as well. I buy Northern water, and I like the sewer as well. But it's what Cheney is, and I'm for Cheney. I want him to stay there and be able to be there as long as I'm here. And I will fight it one way or another, whatever it takes, because I don't think it's fair to the others around it. And it's good for Bill. I know he probably needs money. But if he wanted to sell it today for what he's praised at, he could sell it tomorrow, just as a residential. But he wants the big banana, wants the whole works. And that's what they're going for. And that's all I'm telling you. But I've been there for quite a while. I've been there almost 30 years too. And my son's going to continue. He took it over 4 years ago. We're going to be there for a long time. And we're busier than we ever were. But this kind of stuff bugs me because I don't like it when you can buy your way into something. Anyway, that's the end of it. I'm against it though. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Additional testimony in opposition.
Could use a moment to get the staff report. There we go. Good afternoon, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. My name is Spencer Arden, and I represent my household in Cheney, Nebraska at 9430 2nd Street. We are just one street down from 1st Street, which is the main thoroughway through Cheney. It's not paved, it's a dirt road, it's a gravel road. But it's so much more than just a car road. People use these roads all the time for walking, for biking, for pedestrian use, walking their dogs. having increased traffic in this area will not really function the community all that well. While it was mentioned that this is a major artery, a major arterial way right by Cheney, to continue the body metaphor, it's kind of a clogged up artery that has a lot of plaque on it. If you were to look at 91st lean into Yankee Hill itself, the development, as our esteemed community member noted, there's a major median in the center of 91st to Yankee Hill. Basically, once you leave out of Cheney via Bregan, you are only able to turn right, as the left-hand turn is completely blocked by that median. The only access through the median into Bregan Hill is just a tiny little furrowway that is constantly backed up all the time. Turning that from a residential and agricultural into a commercial is just going to back up that vital little intersection all the more. And even if you do expand the road out towards further into Cheney, unless you take it all the way to Highway 2, it's just going to continue getting more and more congested. It may be fantastic for a way for cars, however, getting into Cheney is a bit of an issue, especially with those proposed bike trails going in. Those bike trails that, as noted before, our children use to get through the community, to get to middle school, to get to the local YMCA. And yes, I do believe that crossing Highway 2 itself is a bit of an issue, and doing the underpass would be ideal. However, if we look at the area where the underpass would go in this proposed situation, it is not on the property that's being proposed for a zoning change. In fact, I would propose that making it commercial would make it harder to get that change for the bike path in place. What's one more thing to note is it's not yet been decided what's going to happen to this property when it's changed from residential agricultural to commercial. So maybe the current water supply from Cheney can support whatever might go in, like maybe just a small auto body shop or storage container. But if you had something larger like a hotel or a gas station or a truck stop, that is going to take immense resources from the community that our sewer system and our water may not be able to supply. Granted, again, attached to the Lincoln water supplies and sewer system would be able to meet those demands. However, that would cause a great deal of construction effort on your end of the city council. And if you can only access that area either going all the way down Highway 2 and through First Street, or taking that tiny little curve through the dividing median on 91st to Yankee Hill, that is just going to plug up the work even more so. Speaking about plugging things up, if we look on page 3 to 4, we see that we want to discourage four-corner commercial development as much as possible. And if we look right here on the map, we'll see that 3 of the 4 corners already are set up for business or for commercial
4
usage.
minutes.
Thank you. Now, where was I again? And if we are to look closer at the proposed district, there's nothing connecting it to either 91st or Nebraska Parkway except for this little cul-de-sac. So whatever property is right here may end up need to be rezoned itself or just built into in order to facilitate usage of this commercial district. Would this zoning kind of hinder that movement? Would it have to be rezoned further? Would more of Lincoln have to come into it? So basically, I would say that while it may produce great personal benefit to the individual if it's rezoned, I do not see it being much of a benefit to the city of Lincoln instead to cause more congestion, or to the community of Cheney itself. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional testimony.
Hello, my name is Adam Gullion. I live at 8633 Lincoln Street in Cheney. I was lucky enough to fall in love with a girl whose mom lives in Cheney, and she was growing up in Cheney, and went to school in Cheney, and when I met her, I didn't even know there was a school in Cheney. I too have had to go through the marathon of trying to jump through hoops to build anything in Cheney. I chose to vacate a property or vacate an alleyway on my house to replot everything into one, so that I could make my home larger for my growing family where I'm raising my kids now. Took me about 2 years to do that, so I sympathize with the marathon comment. Building anything in Cheney seems to be kind of a nightmare because some stuff was grandfathered in and we're outside the city limits, but we're inside the 3 mile inclusion, and it was super frustrating. I actually also purchased the church just to the north end of my property, right across the street. After I purchased that, I resold it to a family that turned it into a home. I wanted to, I guess, improve my community. I could have sold my house and left and went anywhere else and built what I wanted, but I wanted to do it in Cheney. It's where my wife grew up. My mother-in-law lives 2 homes down. Where she lives now and where I live now, the house that my wife grew up in is in between. I enjoy that part of it. I guess it means something to me. I'm originally from Beatrice, so I like the small town feel. I hate going to Omaha because it's too metropolitan for me, but I like the small town feel that we have in Lincoln. That's why I chose to stay. The argument where this can't be resold as a residential property, we don't really know. It's never been attempted. They've never tried to sell it as a residential property. The argument where nobody wants to live next to a commercial property, again, I disagree. There's 100 townhomes behind Tractor Supply, and my roofing company has done every single roof on every single one of them. So again, that argument really doesn't hold water. When we were talking about the disconnect fee, Rich, I think you kind of did this gesture, which I'm assuming alluded to a money grab. Okay, so the gentleman. So the gentleman that suggested that, he's an actual developer himself as well. He's developed and is currently still trying to develop property in Bennett, along with the field that's right across the street from the home that I just got done renovating. The reason he suggested those fees is to soften the impact for the more than likely inevitable annex if this gets annexed or gets changed into commercial. The rest of us are going to be annexed, and then there's going to be impact fees or hookup fees enforced on those residents. So his idea of that fee came to soften those the expense that those people would feel by being annexed into the property by their impact fees or hooking up to the city water and disconnecting and so on. So while I'm not sure why it was, I guess why the assumption was that it wasn't explained, it was. I have 50 signed petitions by SID board members. When we denied, we met as a community at that meeting. We wanted it denied because we're trying to save our community. I know the Renchlers have lived there for a long time. Again, Tractor Supply has been brought up as one of their issues. It's been there for 15 years. I don't know why it's an issue today. They've lived across the street from it for 15 years. There's been all kinds of homes built around Tractor Supply and around all of this. It's not an issue for any of them.
4 minutes.
Again, we don't know if it can be sold as a residential property because it's never been attempted. Nobody's said that they wanted to buy it or couldn't buy it or didn't buy it because of whatever issues they have. But yeah, so again, we chose to try to deny it because we're trying to save our community. It's important to all of us not to drive past a massive or whatever they're planning on building or developing here on our way to our homes. You know, one of their arguments was, you know, they don't want to look at Tractor Supply. Well, they're trying to do the same thing to us at the expense of our homes and the expense of our sites. So I guess just we ask that you take that into consideration. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional testimony? Okay. Steve, as long as you're up, we have no more testimony, so now it is time for staff questions. Mr. Campbell?
Steve, what area of city government would need to look at annexing all of Cheney and taking over that SID?
So there would be multiple things involved. One would be trying to work out how would the city take over the Cheney SID district. It would have to be a pump station because the lagoons are on the east side of 98th Street, so you'd have to more than likely probably pump it over somehow or another. So you'd have to look at the cost involved with building that infrastructure to handle it, as well as the city would then be taking over all the existing sewer pipes and are there repairs and things that need to be done with that. So that would be one aspect of it. It's the entire area of Cheney is in the rural water district. So with it being within the rural water district, there's already a fee set up to release that. If the city is the applicant for that, the city is in charge then of paying that fee.
Mm-hmm.
The fee is currently around $7,000 or so per customer. And so if we immediately paid that fee, you're talking about a fee of $700,000 or more. Our agreement, though, says that as long as they remain customers, for every year they remain a customer of the rural water district, the amount we owe them goes down 10%. However, their rural water infrastructure is not usable by the city of Lincoln. We could take over the Cheney sewer pipes and use them, but the rural water infrastructure isn't usable at all. So if Lincoln Fire and Rescue is trying to provide fire service to all of the residents of Cheney, they would be doing it without hydrants in place. Now recently they have bought 2 pumper trucks, or are in the process of doing that, because we do have a growing number of properties that were acreage properties or something and don't have the rural water, the service in front of them. So those are the 2 primary items. We of course want to get in with police and fire and everybody else with their issues, but I think those are the 2 primary things that we would have to work out. Is one, to make sure we were on the same page with the rural water district. How would Lincoln Fire and Rescue serve it? But then the bigger question would be, if there's, let's say, $1 million, and I'm just picking some number, of cost to pump it into the city sewer system, who is going to pay that cost? Because as they noted, they don't have a lot of users either. And so if they bore the brunt of that entire fee, that's a substantial cost per customer for that.
Well, right now, Lincoln is south of Old Cheney, the city limits, with the Y and all of that down there, as well as the housing that's heading that direction. And on the north side, we're already past Cheney. It's coming someday, and I'm just trying to figure out.
Well, so going back decades,
Yeah.
As Linda Spaniel could attest, the city did look several decades ago at what could be done here. And unfortunately, it splits into 3 different drainage districts. Our comp plan would have shown this for annexation had we thought, yep, this is an area we could annex and serve. As noted, the northern part, generally north of 1st Street, we can probably get back to the north, but then the most of this area to the south actually falls off into the Stevens Creek drainage basin. So it would be waiting for the Stevens Creek gravity sanitary sewer, which is easily decades off. This property over here actually is where the sewage lagoon is itself. So that's where their SID, all their waste is handled, is in those sewage lagoons. So it's not necessarily something we're opposed to trying to sit down with the Cheney SID and talk about it. There's just a lot of complicated issues to it.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly one that is beyond the scope of the Renchlers to say, well, Renchlers, please go off and solve this to get the entire Cheney SID and bring us the broom of the Wicked Witch at the same time.
Additional staff questions? Christy?
Double, 2 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, nope, no staff questions.
All right, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. All right, applicant rebuttal.
see.
Welcome back.
Good evening. I think 5 o'clock is when you turn to evening, right?
Some
good,
worlds.
Yes. Good evening again. Ann Post, Rembolt Ludke. My address, which I believe I forgot to mention before, is 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 300. With rebuttal, I would reemphasize that the infrastructure surrounding this property, the characteristics of the uses surrounding this property, all make this ideal for commercial zoning. That renters would fully support this being fully annexed into the city. At the same time, as was noted, it sounds like millions of dollars worth of cost involved in that, and we don't believe that that's going to happen in the near future, which is why we've proceeded with this at this point. Near future is a relative term. While I'm still practicing law, I've got some skepticism that will happen. So, and that's why we've proceeded with this at this time. So we appreciate your consideration of this. I'm happy to answer any other questions that you have.
No questions?
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And before we move forward, just thank you to everyone here, applicant and community members, for your patience today and staying so that you could participate.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Joy.
Clara?
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Ebert?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
And I would move that we deny the change of zone 24020.
And can't comment yet. Just
Second, Joy.
Okay.
Let's
All
keep
right.
it
Now
moving.
we've had now we have a motion on the floor. Now you can comment.
My only reason is this is a very complex issue. Whether it's city, whether it's city of Lincoln, Cheney, the realization is sometime in the future it's going to be White College View as Lincoln grows that direction, and or Havelock, or any of the Bethany areas, and there's so much mishmash in that area right now already, where some are zoned, but there's individual uses being happened on those properties that were zoned, and I really don't see an answer for this until either that roundabout, the roundabout, goes away, and the renters are able to purchase that property and create a bigger piece that could be, a commercial element and so on. But unless they're annexed into the city of Lincoln, they can't get city water and sewer. And at this point, we just aren't quite that far out yet.
Other discussion? Oh, Britt, go ahead.
I think no doubt that eventually this is going to be a prime commercial spot. I think right now, though, the logistics, especially with the SID, make it preventative, and I just hope that the Rensselaers can work this out and eventually get the value from the property as industrial, but right now I just don't think it's feasible.
Mm-hmm. Or highway. Or highway commercial.
Highway commercial,
Yeah,
yes.
right,
Yeah.
non-industrial.
Commercial, yes.
Go ahead.
This is a difficult one. This is not final action, right? We're making a recommendation? Just to clarify.
No, this
Double check that.
This one is in fact final action.
It is final
It can be appealed. However, it is final action,
Oh, wait.
not a recommendation, right?
No.
Doesn't it say?
Okay, let's double check.
This is the change of zone, so the
This-
change of zone has to go to the city council.
Oh,
Then
okay.
it's, oh, sorry, I flipped back too many
On a
pages.
different
I was
page?
like, wait, it is, yeah. Sorry, that's
And-
my error. So it does go to city council.
I will likely be voting not in support of Dick's motion, so recommending actual approval. It feels like this property is being held hostage in a lot of ways, and something needs to give in order for them to move forward with something, and this feels like something that could give to move this along. I don't see any future where this is anything other than commercial.
Right.
For that reason, I would be voting against Dick's motion.
Yeah, and I think we probably need to continue our discussion because, as we know, we have to have 5 people voting one way or the other to move it forward to city council. And at this point, I am also not going to vote in support of Dick's motion because I feel like something needs to happen, and otherwise it's just going to continue to sit there.
And here's the challenge. I did second the motion. However, I wanted to keep things moving. So let's continue this discussion because I do feel like this is not most cases. I think that we have had a lot of things that have happened north of First Street where businesses are focused on their needs and on businesses north of First Street. And when we look at overall developments, we have the opportunity to have business, over 55 housing, residential, single-family housing, bike trails, a lot of things that are happening around Cheney that are very positive. But I appreciate the concept of keeping their SID, supporting the board's needs as the SID. However, because of that, I'm still back with some of my fellow commissioners where this is a highway commercial property. And the areas that are north of First Street appear to be focused on business, highway commercial, church, which is nice, and then all of those concepts. So let's keep talking because I am also a no on the motion, even though I did a second to keep us moving forward.
Right. Well, you have to have something on the floor in order
Right,
to have
to
a
talk
discussion.
about.
So,
Maribel?
do you have, no, we're just going to see if we have other conversation to be had.
3
Yeah.
and 3.
So it feels bizarre to have this island, right? And that's essentially what it is. It's an island surrounded by these other commercial properties. I appreciate that people want sovereignty over their own space. On the other hand, it just seems like this has been a stalemate for so long, and it just needs to break. And that by changing zoning for this one property, it may open up other possibilities. It doesn't mean that you automatically have to zone, full out commercial, or highway or whatever. But it seems as though by breaking the stalemate, you can then propose other options beyond what's here now, which seems to be too black and white, too one or the other, as opposed to, hey, are there some options in between?
What you're all saying, I totally agree with. My frustration is the bodies all involved of not being able to, as Maribel said, move forward with anything. And they could, if I think it was you, Christy, that asked, but they could use the north half of that piece of property and put a parking lot on the south half. because they could get city water that way. But
Well, there are commercial uses that wouldn't require them to get city water
Right.
at this point.
And if they put it in the front of the lot,
Right.
of the two lots, that could block that underpass of the trail.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a tough one.
I guess, I think it is a worthwhile conversation to have with the city council, which is why I am going to vote against your motion, because I think this is something that I think we should recommend to them for further exploration. And I do think it is a chance to move forward and allow the property owners to pursue options for their property that would not be inconsistent with what other people in that same neighborhood have also done.
Right. It appears with the zoning changes that have happened to date.
I'm sorry, Sydney. What were you saying?
Oh, just, did you say Cindy or Christie?
No, Chrissy.
Oh, it just appears that there's been zoning modifications, if we look at north of First Street,
Right.
that have been more commercial-based decisions,
Yeah.
even though they're still in the SID.
Okay.
So.
And I would just, go
Oh,
ahead.
no, keep going.
Add that like to your point, Dick, there's a lot of things that would have to come together to make this a successful commercial area, but I trust that the applicant has evaluated those and has found that this change of zone is helpful in that regard. So I don't think it's our place to decide
Right.
what exact commercial use would be approved.
And just because we need 5 votes to get this moving towards the city council, where I'm sure and I hope both opposed and the applicant can make some progress and work this out. It's a conundrum, but I'm willing to change my vote just to get it on to the next step.
We'll need to make a new motion. I mean,
So
we'll
you
need to
could-
have a new motion then.
If you are amenable, an option is for you to withdraw your motion.
Yes.
And to then or someone else can make a different motion, but that's what would happen is you should withdraw.
I would withdraw my motion.
I'll withdraw the second. Joy?
I don't know that we need to vote on withdrawing a motion, right? He's withdrawn it, so.
Right,
Now
I
we
just
just need,
had-
somebody
do I
needs
need
to.
it on record at all?
No, somebody needs to introduce a new motion.
Well, then I would move to approve change of zone 24020.
Second, Joy?
Okay. Clara?
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Ebert,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
I'll go on record as a no.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-1.
All right. At this time, anyone who wishes to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so. Motion for adjournment?
Seeing none, I would move we adjourn.
Second, Joy?
Yes.
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 Yes. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.